Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This afternoon, I'm going to be reacting to Magnus the Red, the Crimson King. Magnus did everything wrong. Voice acted, 40k lore, entire character history, made on the Amber King YouTube channel, and voice acted by Liam Taylor. Yes, this was a request from Kimberly6409. If you guys want to check out my previous reactions to other the Amber King's Warhammer 40k content, remember that the playlist card for the Warhammer 40k content created by YouTubers reaction playlist is going to be at the top right here. You'll be able to see them in that playlist. If you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. Alright, Magnus the Red, the Crimson King. I know of him. I know what he has tried to do for humanity in terms of enlightening us, gathering knowledge from different civilizations across the galaxy, essentially hoarding it, and then it will be later be used for the development of humanity. So yes, he had ideas, he had plans that he wanted to execute for the betterment of humanity. However, his arrogance and his folly has led to the downfall of his home planet of Prospero, the downfall of the 15th Legion, and his own downfall included. And his great works, his dreams, have all come crashing down as well. So yes, he is a very intelligent and bright Primarch compared to all of his brothers, but he faltered. His pride, his arrogance really destroyed whatever potential he had. And just like the Emperor, he believed he was always right, that he could never be wrong, that he understood more than anybody else. So like the Emperor, always believing that he's right, not thinking about the consequences, not thinking about the price he has to pay for what he does. And yeah, he really did destroy not only his own dreams but also the Emperor's dreams for humanity. Right, let us listen to the entire character history of Magnus the Red. I know the key points of Magnus the Red, but not in detail everything. So yeah, let's listen to what the Amber King has to say about this Primarch. 3, 2, 1, go.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary. Without this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination. Existence instead of life. Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them.
I agree with him. Humanity does need to take small steps. They do need to gradually open their eyes to the light, because in the not so distant future, there's going to be more psychers being born in the galaxy, and they're going to be human psychers, and we will need to understand, to master, to control these abilities, and to understand the warp in a far more analytical, scientific way, instead of thinking of it in terms of emotions and religious dogma. So yes, I agree, but his application on his project failed him because of his arrogance and because of his folly. Hold on. Where's my pen? Okay. Alright. Prospero.
The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it.
Okay, you are its master. Alright, fine, Magnus.
If I am guilty of anything, it is the pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. Because there is no sin but ignorance. The sorcerer of Prospero, the Cyclopean giant, the Crimson King, Primarch of the 15th, the Thousand Sons Legion, Magnus the Red. A name uttered with venom and hate to an Imperium that only knows the monster that schemes and burns everything in his path. A man that desired enlightenment for all of humanity, but who now fights against his own species in the cabal of the gods of chaos. But who was the man that became the monster? How did someone, once so loyal to the Emperor, turn his back upon his father and his species? His story begins in the 30th millennium. Terror, the golden age of humanity, had passed. We stand in the ashes of the age of strife, the collapse of the federation of mankind across the stars. Decay and ruin touches all of the worlds far-flung humanity resides upon. Isolated and bleeding knowledge and wealth, prey to civil strife and xenos. But upon Terra, the birthplace of our species, hope rises. The Imperium of mankind. Deep below the surface of the cradle of mankind, a consciousness awoke. It was new, ignorant, and vulnerable. He felt a voice connect to his mind, as if another being resided in his thoughts. Master, creator, father.
So, Magnus was awake during his development in his, what do they call it? That capsule. I forgot what it's called, but it's a capsule of some sort. He was awake while his other brothers were still developing. Wow, that's amazing. And I wonder what was the Emperor, talking to Magnus about exactly. Interesting.
The Emperor of mankind. A presence, an aura, so earth-shattering, powerful, ancient, cold, but yet caring. Humanity distilled. He was a child. He was human, created inside a gestation capsule by this being.
Yes, gestation capsule. Thank you, the Amber King.
His father. He was speaking to him through telepathic communication, and this child began to learn, evolving his consciousness more each time he conversed with this Emperor. But all of this was ripped away from him. The chambers around his capsule began to shake and convulse. Energies poured in from the realm of sentient madness, the mirror dimension, the warp. The capsule was ripped from the ground with violence and hate. Claws scraped and bit into the protective tomb.
Yeah, the other parents are fighting for custody over the children.
He was hurled through the warp, taken away from the side of his father. This capsule was spit out back into real space, falling down in fire towards a planet in the Frozari system, Prospero. The child opened his eyes for the first time. He took his first breath, spluttering abiotic fluid from his lungs. A visage of twilight met his eyes, dark stone and muted life stretched for miles as the heat of the wreckage that was his gestation capsule illuminated his place on top of a mountain, a beacon to the others that resided upon this world. The child began to wonder, his mind filled with confusion and disorientation. Why was he here? How was he here? Where was the man who had spoken into his mind? For days.
You know, I'm wondering about these destinations that Primarchs have been sent to. You know, was this intentional by the Chaos Gods to send them to these particular planets? Because with some Primarchs, you know, the homeworlds they've been sent to are terrible. Absolutely terrible. When you think about Conrad Kurz and Nostromo, or when you think about Corvus Corax and Deliverance, and then you think about Ferrus Manus, his homeworld was also extremely difficult and toxic to live on. The environment completely collapsed, you know, the entire ecosystem. And then you have other Primarchs like Magnus the Red, who landed on a planet that is perfectly situated for him, you know, in terms of their psychic development and psychic knowledge. And Magnus is a psychic being himself, you know, he uses psychic powers. So this planet was perfect for him. And then you also have other Primarchs like Rebute Gilliman of Macragge, with his analytical, tactical mindset, you know, used on such a very, I would say it's like a meritocracy type of world, Macragge, if I'm not mistaken about that. So yes, it also perfectly situated for him there. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether, you know, this was really intentional by the Chaos Gods to send them to these different worlds, or was it just by fluke, by mistake, you know, in terms of where they would be landing. I know that Fulgrim and Jagatai Khan switched planets. You know, it was actually Fulgrim who was supposed to go to Jagoras, but instead it was Jagatai Khan. So yeah, I'm still wondering whether this was really intentional by the Chaos Gods to do it like this, where these Primarchs would be sent to these particular planets, or you know, was it just randomized chances? Yeah.
Days, weeks, the child strode, almost overwhelmed by the volume of information. The vibrant world around him screamed. He was not alone on this world. Finally, he saw them, humans. The child stood before a city of beautiful white marble, pyramids and towers touching the very heavens. The child felt a power here, by a means he did not understand. The human citizens of Tizca found this wandering child. His presence made them want to kneel. Their pulses quickened. Hope, power, and obedience swelled within as they laid eyes upon him. Vibrant crimson skin and hair, and he was swelled with psychic power. He was perfect. This child was taken in, but they did not grant him any title, nor name, for he already knew his name, the one his creator had given him, a name that had been created from that commanding voice from before, his last piece of home, Magnus. A man who had been haunted by prescient dreams of doom, found the night where a comet of fire had roared down, that those dreams had vanished. A leader of the people of Tizca, an adept of the studies of the warp, Aemon saw this child. He saw how special he was, and he took him in. He became his teacher, a father, and a friend. The boy.
A teacher, a father, and a friend. And Aemon was having nightmares or dreams of calamity, you know, on the city of Tizca, or the entire planet of Prospero. Okay? I'm not a betting man, but I can assure you those dreams are the future. Those dreams are the future, because Magnus is the harbinger of death for Prospero. He is the apocalypse of the city of Tizca, because in the next 200 or 300 years, that's when calamity strikes Prospero, you know, with the censure hosts coming to Prospero, and they, you know, burn the planet and destroy the city and kill all the citizens within the city, and destroy the 15th Legion and, you know, break Magnus the Red. Leman Russ, of course, broke his back. Yeah. So essentially, those dreams that Aemon is having is the dreams of the destruction of his homeworld due to the activities of Magnus the Red. But what I find interesting is that those dreams stopped as soon as Magnus crash landed on the planet. Why did they stop? What prevented him from seeing into the future again? Is it the powers of Magnus the Red, or is it the Chaos Gods, you know, just trying to make sure that nothing, no harm comes to Magnus the Red while he slowly develops on this planet?
Boy astounded him. He absorbed information to a speed and understanding he had never seen before. Within a year, this young Magnus had devoured and comprehended everything Aemon could teach him. The history of this world, how millennia before, in an age of darkness that nearly destroyed the people of Tizca, the foul Xenos, the Psychnuin, a chitinous warp-spawned creature that had infested the entire world. It brought ruin and death to the people of Prospero, utilizing its disgusting powers of the warp to lay their young inside their victim's mind. A hatching, unleashing madness, pain and death. But the people had survived. For those born with psychic abilities, even back then, with their primitive knowledge, learned to harness their power, shielding their minds. It was these survivors that had built the foundations of Tizca, the now home of Magnus. This cornucopia of knowledge and psychic exploration was devoured by the boy from the heavens.
And to think that, you know, this entire civilization is unique, it's special. What they've been able to achieve, what they've been able to do in the face of extinction, really, by the Psychonuids. And they've been able to create this capital and foster the development and knowledge of the warp and psycha abilities. They are unique. And I've said this before in previous videos, that Prospero, it could have really been one of the jewels on the crown of the Imperium of Man. You know, you would have Terra, you would have Mars, and you would have Prospero. Mars, the technological capital, Terra, the administrative political capital, and then Prospero as the psycha capital of the Imperium of Man.
These powers had saved the people of Prospero. It was a gift. It was power. It was strength. It was survival. There was never enough of it. More and more, Magnus began to explore, soaking it up with the wonder and vitality only a child could feel. Seeing the impossible be achieved, it was incredible. Venturing outside the marble walls of his home, Magnus began to explore the ruins of this world. Although numerous times he was warned of the danger, even the danger of exploring his powers too much, he was just too curious. He just had to explore.
What is it that he said in the beginning? Knowledge is good, ignorance is evil. I am the master of knowledge, I swear it. So he is going to go out there, he's going to explore, he's going to get as much knowledge as he can get, no matter the consequences, no matter the price that he has to pay. You know, he believes that he's capable, he believes that he's strong enough to deal with whatever's out there. And this type of attitude, I would say, was fostered by the Emperor, you know, with his one-to-one discussions with him when he was still an embryo or a developing child, you know. and also solidified by the people of Prospero, where they also tell him that he's special, that he's powerful, that he's unique, and all of that has gone to his head. And thus he does what he wants, and he believes that no harm can come to him.
Besides, he was Magnus. He was special. He would be fine. Gazing to the cliffs above him, he saw an avian statue of old. It tumbled down to the ground and shattered. An almost insignificant moment in time, until he peered at the broken shards, and then he saw it. The pattern, the precise geometrical shapes. He delved further and deeper with a lens beyond human. The energies of the warp flowing through him. It made him want to weep. The beauty, the logic and structure. It was like a fingerprint of a creator, a primordial creator. Magnus felt a deep understanding of the world. It washed over him. He bade Aemon and the other Psycho scholars to witness this truth. One by one, their skepticism was taken away, replaced by utter silence, as they began to see it too. How blind had they been? But the moment was shattered. The Psychnuian came eerily floating towards them. They had been ambushed. The still young Magnus, Aemon, and 50 scholars were surrounded, set upon by these warp creatures that began to rip and shred the humans to pieces.
But you see, Magnus did not think about security procedures or security measures for these 80 individuals who he brought outside of the city, outside of the protection of the city, to come and investigate this statue that has fallen. He only thought about the prize. He only thought about the potential advantages of this knowledge that is locked within this statue. And even those 80 individuals never thought about, hey, maybe this is a bit dangerous. Maybe we should not just rely on Magnus and his knowledge and his power. Maybe we should bring security. So there's complacency here, where they left the security of their city and they didn't think about the threats that may lurk within, the rest of the planet. And I don't understand how is it that these people, these 80 people, did not think that maybe the Psychoneuids are going to attack us. Because I would have been the first person to suggest, before I go out, we need security. We need to have like a small army protecting us. Oh well.
All the while attacking their psychic mental barriers. Only Magnus, Aemon, and 8 others remained. On the verge of being swarmed, Magnus felt a change within him. Dormant power unlocked, surging forth with a primordial understanding he had just witnessed. Torrents of roaring hot fire was unleashed from his hands. Power, like a flood of life, coursed through him, all the way to his fingertips. It felt electric, incredible even. His fellow survivors too unleashed their new understanding into deadly psychic abilities. They boiled the Xenos alive. They read their thoughts and attack patterns. They threw objects with their minds and pulsed protective barriers. With a mountain of Psychnuian viscera under their feet, Magnus, Aemon, and the Tizcan scholars had survived. Each mortal man giving birth to a pillar of new prospering cults. The Athenaeans, Corvade, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora. Alone, at the top, the master of all the disciplines stood, the young man who had come from the heavens, a Magus, master of all cults, Magnus the Red. The child, the student, the young man, and now the master, the teacher. Having peered deeper, having understood the fabric of the universe to a level beyond his fellow humans, Magnus became the guide. He became the leader of Tizca, ready to helm and bring this wonderful knowledge to his people, to bring them out of the dark where he had once been, to the truth of enlightenment, because he loved them. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. A core philosophy formed from everything Prospero had taught him. Ignorance had left them vulnerable to Xenos. Knowledge had saved them. Ignorance was the sin that had cost lives. He would do everything in his power to avert the sin. He would learn everything he could. A repository of knowledge, so great no threat would ever harm him or his people.
But you know, yes, knowledge is good, but the price for you to attain that knowledge, you know, it was a hefty one. There were 80 people, and only 8 people are left. Yes, you've succeeded in gaining more power and knowledge of the warp and how to express it through your elemental attacks or psychic attacks of some sorts. Yes, but so many people are dead. And this is going to become a recurring theme around Magnus the Red when it comes to him, you know, gaining knowledge, trying to prove that he's right, trying to use his abilities. Yes, for the betterment of his society, but at what cost? Who is he going to make deals with? And what are the consequences of those deals? When it comes to him saving his legion, the cost, who is he going to make deals with? And then when it came to him informing the Emperor about Horus Lupercal, the cost, what did he do for him to obtain so much power to destroy the wards that were protecting Terra, for him to land, or to go through into the webway to where the Emperor was? He doesn't think about that part, the consequences, the cost. He just thinks about the ultimate goal, getting what he wants. Yes, he has a good heart, but the good heart is blinded by its ambition. By his ambition, I mean. Yeah.
He would be its master. He swore to it. Decades of learning, studying, and teaching. Magnus was proud to call this world home, but it was not his true home. He knew in his heart. Once again he heard the voice, the one from his earliest memories. His master, his creator, his father had found him. The Emperor of mankind. It was like standing next to a star, blinding, warming, awe-inspiring.
And now he gets to see him up close and personal. It's no longer just, speaking to each other through psychic means. Now he gets to see him in the flesh.
From humanity's home world of terror, an empire had been birthed, expanding outwards across the galaxy. And after decades, this Imperium finally reached the Prospero system. The child of Prospero never forgot where he came from. He never really lost contact with his father, communicating psychically over the decades as he lived inside Tizca. But this connection was nothing compared to the earth-shattering presence Magnus felt as his eyes dawned upon the master of mankind. Those golden eyes, what had they seen over untold millennia? What knowledge did he hold? What could he teach him? Magnus fell to his knees in submission to his father, pledging his loyalty to the Emperor and the Imperium of mankind.
Like clockwork, almost each and every single Primarch did the same thing. They knelt and they swore allegiance and oath to the Emperor and his cause. Almost all of them did that. I think it was only Angron who did not do that, because of what happened on Luceria and, his brothers and sisters and how he was just taken away from his home planet. Yeah, I think he's the only Primarch who did not kneel and, swear allegiance and oath to the Emperor.
With childlike wonder, Magnus showed the Emperor Prospero and its crown jewel of Tizca, the City of Light, where the people lived in prosperity and happiness. Even the children laughed and played on the streets, utilizing their psychic gifts. Servers would read your mind, bring you what you truly desired before you had even said it.
Truly an amazing society. Amazing.
Enormous white marble pyramids housed the thousands of scholars and researchers, dedicating their lives to the explorations of the mysteries of the universe. Magnus was proud.
But you don't hear that the civilians or the public of Tezca, were gathering around and waiting for the Emperor to come down his golden bird designed ship. And then they would prostrate and they would cry. They're like, oh my gosh, who is this man? Like how on other planets that the Emperor lands on, the public are just hysterical. They just want to kneel before the Emperor. But it seems like on Tezca, they didn't do any of that. They didn't do any of that. Maybe because, I don't know if the majority or is a minority of the population are psychers and they can see through the Emperor's, all-powerful energy, and they can understand that, okay, no, he's a cycle just like us, and maybe that's why they're not out here crying and prostrating before the Emperor and saying that, oh, he's an amazing man. Yeah.
Terra may have been his home, but Prospero had made him, and in return he had made them into a civilization of envy. However, this moment of joy dissipated as the Emperor presented to Magnus the Thousand Sons Legion, the Adeptus Astartes, superhuman warriors created from the meshing of stimulants and specialized organs grown from Magnus's own DNA. Sons to Magnus, just as he was a son of the Emperor. Faster, stronger, and more durable than the mortal man. A legion of warriors created for the greatest war in humanity's history, the Great Crusade. The reunification of the lost colonies of mankind across the stars. The age of strife was over, and once again humanity would be united under one banner, one singular vision at its heart, the Imperium and the Emperor of mankind. But something was wrong. What should have been thousands of warriors barely numbered 1,000 men. Before Magnus, the last living members of his legion stood, holding a dark curse within, the flesh change. For decades the sons of Magnus, recruited from the people of Terra, had fought with distinction and glory, conquering Terra and venturing to the stars with the launch of the Great Crusade. But after decades of war, the Legion saw the first signs of a poison underneath. Legionaries began to feel ill. Pain, needle sharp, spiked from every cell in their body. Their form would start to convulse and grow. Cancers and swelling consumed them in the tombs of their armor. Every part of them wanting to burst forth with unbridled change.
And you know what? Oh, sorry. Sorry, the Emperor King. I just wanted to state that, the Emperor... I've said this before. The Emperor should have killed off the remaining 15th Legion Astartes. They are defects. They are defects. He should have killed them off. I mean, he's done it before with the Thunder Warriors when their purpose was coming to an end. He brought them all to extinction, essentially. He should have done the same thing with the 15th Legion. He should have killed them off, go to his son, tell him I need part of your genetic code so I can make a new gene seed for the new version 2 of the 15th Legion. He should have done that instead of giving him sons who are defective. I'm sorry, guys, that I'm talking about human beings this way, but you know, I consider the Astartes as tools. I don't really see them as human beings. Maybe I should. Yeah, maybe I should, but honestly, I just see them as tools that are a means to an end. And, you know, once their purpose is complete, I expect them to be expired. Because we don't need people like this. They're just too dangerous, too powerful, too unstable. And as you've seen through the results of them following their Primarchs and starting a rebellion against the Imperium of Man. So yeah, I consider them as a threat. You know, more of a liability in some way than an asset. Yeah. I think the custodians are the only people who I see are more than tools, who are more capable, who are more loyal, and you know, you can expect nothing but the best from them. But I'm digressing. Essentially, the Emperor should have, you know, killed them off and restart the entire program all over again, making sure that this new batch of 15th Legion Astartes are not going to end up with the flesh change like the first version. Because now he's putting all of this burden on his son, Magnus the Red. And Magnus the Red, you know, he does not accept failure. He does not accept defeat. You know, he's going to try anything and everything in his power to try and help his sons. And that also means landing in the lap of the Chaos Gods. I thought the Emperor could really, you know, see through all possible futures, but for some reason, this particular future, this particular possibility, he could not see it. He could not see this one. Anyways.
Leaving the victim a mewling, groaning mess, only fit for the mercy of a quick death. They began to drop like flies, whittling down to the survivors that earned their namesake. Less than 1,000 Astartes, the 1,000 sons. Magnus stood before them, their enormous Primarch, with crimson skin, and felt nothing but shame. Magnus immediately began his work, delving into every scripture, every tome, and scrap of knowledge the Imperium and the vaults of Tisca had to offer.
And at this moment as well, the Emperor should have helped his son. They should have worked together as a unit trying to find out a solution for the 15th Legion, instead of just leaving his son to his own devices to figure out a way to cure his sons of this affliction of the flesh change. He should have worked with him so that when Magnus decides that, you know what, I might have to go into the warp to look for the answer, the Emperor will be accompanying you every step of the way. He should have done that. And then we would not be here with Magnus making deals with the Chaos Gods. But yet again, the Emperor, with his abilities to see into the future, could not see this part. He could not see this one. He couldn't see it. Yeah.
He was going to save them. Perhaps he felt it was his fault. The curse was in their blood. His blood. Perhaps it was his flaw. The very thought filling him with dread. But if his life on Prospero had taught him one thing, knowledge would save them. He separated his soul from his body, swimming the tides of the great ocean like a blazing comet, delving into every corner and crevice of that sentient realm for any scrap of knowledge he could use. With time ticking down for his sons, he returned to them. Many locked away in stasis, such as Azek Ahriman, awoke to find a legion restored. His body was stable. The unbridled pain and change was gone. He looked up to find his lord, one eye missing, sacrificed for the knowledge to save his sons. The legion was elated. Their father had saved them.
I like this armor set. I like the color. You know, this gold and blue and this yellowish tint as well. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, yes, when they adorn themselves with the crimson red colors, it does look cool. But this, guys, look at this. This is imperial. This just beams out authority. You know, like they are golden warriors of the Imperium of Man. Yeah, I know that title is already given to the to the custodians, but you know, I mean, this is just beautiful. Yeah.
But some were not saved, such as Osmund Ahriman, twin of Azek, and the psychological trauma would never fade. But once again, the 15th Legion could serve the Imperium. Knowledge had saved his sons. Magnus once again vindicated, and reaffirmed by the use and exploration of the primordial creator, the power of the warp. With his legion saved, the Primarch accompanied his father back to Terra as the legion began rebuilding, drawing new recruits from the world of Prospero itself.
Here's another issue. The Primarchs can regenerate, right? They can regenerate any part of their body. When Magnus made that deal with Zinch, he lost an eye. And he's not been able to regenerate that eye back. Now, when he meets up with the Emperor, why doesn't the Emperor ask his son, what happened to your eye? Where is it? I made you. I know your eye is supposed to regenerate. Where is it? Where did you go? Who did you make deals with? He never asked his son any of these questions. He just accepted things as they are. He just accepted that Magnus cured his sons of the flesh change. He never asked him, how did you do it? Where did you go? Who did you make deals with? Because from that point on, he should have told him, my son, you should not have made a deal with the Chaos Gods. Or even before that, he should have been talking to Magnus about the warp and the dangers of the warp and the creatures or the entities that exist in the warp. And you should not be talking to them. You should not be making deals with them. You know, he should have hammered down that knowledge into him and make him understand that, you know, I have experience with the Chaos Gods. Of course, you can't tell him that you made deals with them as well. You know, to have a part of their energy into the creation of the Primarchs. You can't tell him that part. But, you know, just tell him that you can't be going down that path and making deals with these entities because they're not deals. It's a trap. He should have done that, but he didn't. They went all the way back to Terra with Magnus having only one eye, and the Emperor has not discussed about this. He didn't say anything. He was not inquisitive. Where he has failed to save the 15th Legion, somehow his son has succeeded. How? How did he do that?
Many itching for the opportunity to serve their lord. Once again, Magnus was upon the place of his birth, Terra, the bustling metropolis, now the heart of a galaxy-spanning empire. The Emperor took Magnus under his wing, gifting him knowledge, and teaching him things beyond even his imagination. For the first time in his life, Magnus was no longer the smartest or most powerful in the room. In the great towers of the Imperial Palace, Magnus and the Emperor spent many nights in discussion and debate. They untethered their souls, father and son, even flying the great ocean and the warp together. He even spent time under tutelage of Malkador, the Emperor's own right hand. Upon Terra, Magnus was at the heart of the Imperium, a Primarch to a legion, battling in the Great Crusade. But he was not alone.
But yet again, I ask, Magnus the Red was taught by the Emperor, the most powerful psyker in the galaxy, or human psyker in the galaxy, and Malkidor the Sigillite, the second most powerful, human psyker in the galaxy, or maybe he's the third since Magnus is here. I'm not sure, but he was, given this wisdom, this knowledge, this understanding, these types of teachings by these very powerful individuals, and yet for some reason all of that knowledge and discussion went through one ear and went out the other. Because Magnus, he still has the same attitude of, I am right. I know what is best. And he's going to commit the same mistakes again when it comes to him going into the warp after the judgment of the Emperor with the Edict of Nikea. He's going to go entering into the warp when he knows he's not supposed to. He's going to go entering into the warp, going all the way to Terra and destroying the Webway project that the Emperor had, when he knows he was not supposed to go there. But because he is so arrogant, really, it's just so disappointing. I mean, given such knowledge and teachings from these two very powerful individuals, and yet still mistakes like this are going to happen.
But others upon this world that matched his stature and power, other Primarchs, his brothers, Titans, superhumans far beyond the mortal and even Astartes, scattered like him across the galaxy and slowly reunited with their father as the boundaries of the Great Crusade had expanded. 20 brothers, each of them raised on different worlds, taught by different masters, and schooled in different creeds. Magnus heard their tales, the meeting between their fathers and sons, now becoming myth and rumour amongst a growing Imperium. But Magnus found that he alone could recall the time on Terra before their scattering. He enjoyed the fact that he was not alone in the universe, and more were being found. Upon his time on Terra, he met many of his brothers, finding kinship with some, such as Perturabo of the Iron Warriors Legion, bonding over their love of history and scholarship, delving into ruins upon Terra in search of lost texts. Others he respected, such as Sanguinius, Ferrus Manus, and Vulcan, and there were some who immediately took a disliking to the Lord of Prospero, Lehman Russ of the Space Wolves.
Yeah.
Seeing the robed, armoured scholar and his use of psychic powers is cowardly. The time for Magnus on Terra and the years he spent there finally dawned. A deep sorrow came over him, as he had no wish to be again separated from his father. One last time, they sailed the great ocean, soaring above Terra in the clouds, knowing that it would be decades until they would meet again. The Great Crusade. Humanity demanded Magnus's attention. He had learned so much. He felt a sting of pity from his father, to be burdened with so much knowledge. But this would be Magnus's task, the enlightenment of the Imperium, dragging out those corners of humanity left in the dark, blind, ignorant. But before Magnus departed, the Emperor told his son to be cautious of the warp, cautious of the idea that he could do no wrong.
It's too late. It's too late.
That with all the knowledge and power he possessed, he was not faultless. He was human. Always question, always be open to different ways of thinking. That his immortality was achieved through his legacy, his sons. The Lord of Prospero, on his long journey, finally returned to Tizca. Assembled before a legion of his sons, they together began the painstaking work of rebuilding and remoulding the 15th Legion. With Terran and Prosperine united, the disciplines of the various Prosperine cults were shared with Magnus' psychically gifted sons.
You know what? I've always wondered about the 15th Legion. Do they have physical features that are similar to their Primarch. You know, like how the Space Wolves, how they look similar to their Primarch, you know, with their canine teeth and long hair, flowing mane hair that they have. And if you think about Vulcan and his skin and how it has developed from his planet, and how his Astartes are also looking pretty much similar to him, with his physical appearance and their red eyes, just like Vulcan as well. And also Conrad Kurz and his, Astartes, how they also have these black, beady eyes, just like Conrad Kurz, I'm just wondering, why don't the 15th Legion also have red skin like their Primarch and red hair like their Primarch as well? That would have been cool, if that was possible with them. That would have been very, very cool to see. Yeah. Oh well.
Gone was the old livery. New, vibrant crimson donned the 15th Legion's armour in honour of their lord and saviour. A crimson legion for a crimson king. Finally rebuilt over decades, with their ranks swelled, warriors educated by Magnus himself. The Thousand Sons left Prospero and rejoined the Great Crusade.
The curse of assumed knowledge is a challenge all enlightened individuals face. We must remember that we once walked in their shoes and were blind to the truths of the universe. The wider our views of the universe becomes, the more our beliefs must come to us secondhand. Our reliance on higher authorities forms almost every aspect of our worldview.
I am well aware of that, Athava. Sadly, not everyone will survive to reach orbit in safety.
Man, Petarabo sounds so cool.
We've already seen civil disobedience, riots, and people who simply don't want to leave.
There's no way anyone can organize the mass evacuation of an entire planet without loss of life. Why would anyone not want to leave a doomed world?
Hathor Mart and others have reported instances of the populace refusing to relocate in the face of certain death. But
Wow. The 4th Legion, Iron Warriors, and the 15th Legion, Thousand Sons, are in a joint effort to evacuate a planet. The 4th Legion. Wow. Okay, this is different, guys. This is really different. All that I've been hearing from the 4th Legion, is how they are pushing with the conquest of the galaxy for the Imperium of Man. How they are doing the most horrible jobs, the most demanding jobs, the most terrible jobs that any other Astartes Legion could ever imagine about doing, And that's the 4th Legion that's doing those jobs. That's all I've been hearing about them. But here, they are helping to evacuate a planet. This is different. This is very different. And actually, this is also completely different from what I would be expecting from the Imperium of Man during the Great Crusade. Because all I've been hearing about the Great Crusade is how the legions and the Primarchs are just conquering planet after planet, exterminating entire xeno races or human communities that don't want to follow the imperial truth. How they've just destroying and killing and pillaging and just growing the Imperium of Man. But I have never heard of any legion doing a rescue effort, saving human beings on a planet from a natural catastrophe. I don't know if this is a natural catastrophe, like an asteroid or a solar flare going to hit the planet or something. I'm not sure. But, this is different. This is very, very different. And I like it. I like to hear, the Imperium of Man also helping their citizens or helping human beings instead of just demanding that they submit themselves to the Imperium of Man and the imperial truth. If they don't, they die. So I'm liking what I'm hearing right now.
I agree. It is vexing why arguments of sound logic and reason should be ignored.
The Imperium is better off without such fools,
said Phocis to Carr.
Why should we waste time and energy trying to help those who will not help themselves?
Are you for real? Who is that? Who's talking? It is the responsibility of a government to make sure that the citizens are, brought to a place of safety. It is the responsibility of a government to make sure that there is shelter, that there is food and water for its citizens. It is the responsibility of the government to make sure that the people understand, the situation that they're in, that their lives are at risk, and that they need to evacuate. Even by force, sometimes, it is necessary for the government to make sure that the citizens are safe.
Perturabo leaned over the plotting table, and Phocis to Carr recoiled from the flint in his gaze. When the Primarch spoke, it was with measured tones of a disappointed teacher.
For the same reason I would not allow a child to pick flowers on the edge of a cliff, no matter how bright the blooms. For the same reason I would not let you wander the minefields before this fortress without a 4th Legion map and the training to interpret it. We must put aside such childish ignorance and do what is right. Now, do you understand why we must help as many of Morningstar's people as we can?
Yes, sir. Oh, wow. Perturabo's cool, guys. Perturabo is cool.
Yes, Lord Perturabo. I am in your debt for correcting my erroneous thinking.
Phocis to Carr was a seasoned scholar, but rarely did he ever admit to being in need of instruction. Even now, in the face of a Primarch's rebuke, his aura betrayed a measure of insolence. Magnus grinned and said,
Phocis to Carr is at his best when dealing with absolutes. True and false, right and wrong. He excels at unlocking the structures of empirical formulae, but he will never be a moral philosopher or grand debater.
Perhaps not, and he's not the first to express such sentiments. But I'll not have it said we left innocents to die when we could have done something to save them. You and I need to work together, brother.
Wow, Perturabo. I didn't like you before, I did not really like you. Especially because of how you treat your Astartes and, how you are with the rest of your brothers and your own emotional state. I just didn't really like you that much. But I'm really impressed with what I'm hearing right now from you. Oh, wow.
I need every one of your warriors tasked to this world's evacuation, not chasing relics and digging in the dust.
One squad diverted to the preservation of knowledge will not affect your timetable. The secrets this world might hold are too precious to be so easily squandered.
You really believe there is some ancient knowledge buried in Zarukan that will explain why Morningstar survived Old Night unscathed?
I am certain of it.
If anyone else, I would say such certainty was arrogant.
Sighed Perturabo, letting the data on the plotter table disperse like smoke.
When have I ever been wrong about such things?
Never,
admitted Perturabo, stepping towards the sheet-covered workbenches at the perimeter of the mezzanine.
But there is a first time for everything, and I need all your warriors on board. But here I want to show you something.
The Primarch pulled back a white sheet to reveal the haphazard arrangement of half-finished projects, contraptions of mysterious purpose, and beautiful arrangements of gears and motors.
This is my workshop.
It is just as I expected,
said Magnus, delightedly moving from bench to bench to examine the pieces lying around the edges of the workshop.
Wait, I remember when Perturabo invited Fulgrim to his workshop. And it didn't turn out well for Fulgrim, Fulgrim was, he was beaten up, or he was given a very strong punch on the face by Perturabo. and he was trying to teach Perturabo a lesson, not Perturabo, but Fulgrim a lesson about some, responsibility and commanding the Astartes, and the joint venture that that Fulgrim and Perturabo and their Astartes are going to be, spearheading, like a joint venture against, I think, a race or some sort of conquering of a human planet. I can't remember, but I remember that Perturabo was teaching Fulgrim a lesson in his workshop. So yeah, anytime anyone is invited to Perturabo's workshop, just be at your guard, because Perturabo can just surprise you.
He lifted a sheet of wax paper, laid beside a partially completed model of a grand amphitheatre.
The Thaliacron. You've begun work on it?
Not yet. Soon, when the crusade is done and we have heroic tales aplenty to fill it with song, then I'll build it. On the mountain across from Father's palace.
I will be there to see it unveiled,
promised Magnus, and his enthusiasm for his brother's work was genuine and contagious. He and Perturabo spoke as brothers, who had shared every memory from birth to this moment, yet they had known each other only a few short years.
It's because you guys click, you have that vibe for each other. Magnus the Red wants to collect the knowledge for the betterment of humanity, for them to be enlightened with knowledge and understanding. And Perturabo has a vision for a utopian society on his home planet of Olympia. So you guys match each other. Very similar with your ideas or your prospects or your endeavor to make a enlightenment themed society, of humanity. You guys are very similar, and you guys are striving for similar goals.
Magnus had once spoken of how he and Perturabo had spent time together on Terra, recovering the relics of a long-dead polymath and unearthing arcana from the forgotten places of old Earth. Arthur had thrilled to hear such tales, relishing every opportunity to learn more of his gene sire. The obvious love between these godlike warriors filled the workspace with a swelling feeling of confraternity, a bond of brotherhood that could never be broken.
This will be of interest to you, brother,
said Perturabo, holding out a complex arrangement of curved metal, winding mechanisms and adjustable lenses.
I made a replica of the Antikythera just like you asked.
To see so delicate a mechanism in Perturabo's hand seemed incongruous, as most apparatus bearing the stamp of the Iron Warriors that Arvida had seen, save for those within this chamber, had been brutally functional.
Does it work?
I am not entirely sure. You never fully explained its intended purpose or how exactly it was designed to function.
You've built it. What do you think it does?
I believe it to be some form of navigational instrument,
said Perturabo, lifting the device to look through one of its eyepieces.
It has the look of a sextant once used by seafarers, but with infinitely more dimensions to its operation. What manner of ocean would you be navigating to require such a device?
Infinite dimensions must be the warp. There is only one ocean that we know, the Great Ocean, the warp.
The Great Ocean. It allows even those without our gifts to perceive the realm beyond.
Perturabo nodded and set down the Antikythera.
I suspected as much,
he said with a sigh, turning to lift something heavy from another part of his workbench.
You remember what our father told us in the Hall of Leng, when he spoke of the warp and the danger of looking too deeply into its heart?
I do. But this has nothing to do with that.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Magnus? That's why I've been stating, he's been given teachings from the Emperor and from Malkidor the Sigillite, but all of that knowledge went from one ear out the other. He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening.
It has everything to do with that, as well you know. But we will speak of this later.
Perturabo's arm swung around, and he smashed the delicate mechanisms of the antique Ethera with a heavy hammer.
Oh, I thought he was going to smash... I thought he was going to smash, Magnus the Red on the floor. Like, you see, you don't listen. The Emperor told us not to deal with this technology that deals with the warp. I thought that's what he was going to do, like how he beat Fulgrim. But yeah, no, he just destroyed the mechanism. Oh, okay. Anyone that comes to this guy's workshop, be prepared. Be prepared.
The metal of the device buckled and split, the precision ground lenses shattering into 1,000 fragments.
Brother, no!
Cried Magnus, as the pieces fell to the floor.
Why?
Perturabo replaced the hammer on his workbench and said,
Because I will play no part in aiding you in delving into things you have been told to leave well alone. Our father knows more than us. He has seen further than us. If he tells us there are regions of the warp into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that.
Magnus stared at the ruined device in disbelief. Such a piece was the work of a master, a treasure that ought to have been held up as the epitome of the craftsman's art. Arthur saw Magnus's aura darken, like blood in water.
Knowing what you suspected, you could have destroyed the antique Thera at any time after its completion,
said Magnus, with cold and controlled anger.
But you waited until I was here to see you do it. Why?
Because he's a good teacher. he has to explain it to you, not only through words, but through experience. You have to experience that pain. You have to experience it so that you can finally understand. But you are too proud. You won't really feel it that way. Even now, you're asking him, why do you only destroy it now when you could have destroyed it before, if you knew what this device was? Instead, he should have been digesting what Perturabo has been telling him, that the Emperor has clearly stated that we should not be dealing with the warp. We should not be delving deep into the warp and trying to gain knowledge from that, great ocean. He didn't take that into account. He didn't listen to Perturabo. All he was thinking about is this contraption.
Because you needed to see it destroyed to truly understand.
Magnus let out a breath.
You have a cruel streak in you, brother.
Perhaps. But sometimes cruelty is the only way to make a point so clearly that nobody can ever mistake its intent.
Yeah, look at your Legion. They clearly understood the intent from your teachings. They understood it 100%.
The Great Crusade. Millions of Astartes, billions of mortal men and women, accompanied by contingents from the Mechanicum of Mars, had bled out across the galaxy for over a century. What began on Terra was now an empire that encompassed billions upon billions of humans across the stars. Painstakingly rebuilt under the tutelage of Magnus, the Thousand Sons Legion enacted imperial compliance across the galaxy. Horrifying Xenos and non-compliant colonies of mankind fell under their iron fist. Men and women were turned to see enormous men, armoured in vibrant crimson, wielding incredible power. Athenaeans, Corvate, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora. Enemy battle plans were read from their minds, or divined before they had even made them. Marines wielded fire and lightning in their hands. Whole contingents were telekinetically maneuvered across the battlefield, led by the Crimson Primarch, who seemed to remake matter with a thought. It was an army of thousands, worth the strength of millions. a statement to the Prosperine cult and teachings of Magnus. But war was not the only thing wielded in the hands of the Thousand Sons Legion. Wherever they strode, no matter who they brought into imperial compliance, with peace or war, it was knowledge, the 15th sword. Hidden tomes, lost libraries, human and Xenos alike, all knowledge that could be claimed from across the universe was collected, saved by Magnus and his sons. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And how could Magnus destroy knowledge? Knowledge had delivered him from ignorance into enlightenment. The curse of assumed knowledge, the challenge that all enlightened individuals must face. We must remember that we once walked in their shoes, and were blind to the truths of the universe. Knowledge had saved him, and his people from the Psychonuan. It had saved his legion. It was the key to a future, a golden age for humanity, where all of mankind had mastery over the power of the primordial creator, the warp. Most of the galaxy was blind to his truths, and Magnus pitied them. Like precious gems, the sacred information was saved, taken back to Tizca, and stored within the great glorious white marble pyramid libraries. The city of light and enlightenment, a legacy for humanity to inherit, as Magnus and the Thousand Sons would one day finish the Great Crusade. Decades into the war across the stars, Magnus and the Thousand Sons expedition received a call for aid, hailed by the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors. The world of Morningstar, a lost human colony brought into Imperial compliance only recently, was breaking apart, collapsing in upon itself. The evacuation of the civilian population, a feat of such titanic proportions, that even with the brilliant mind of the Lord of the Fourth, the Primarch Perturabo, still not all the people could be saved. Inside the command room once again, Magnus and Perturabo met, both elated to be in the company of a brother once again. The architect and the scholar, one vermilion red, the image of vibrancy, life and wisdom. The other immutable iron, strong and brutal. It was like participating in a living mythologized moment, a privilege to witness two demigods conversing, both of their sons in awe that two Primarchs stood before them. Imagine what these two would achieve together. The Lord of Iron questioned his brother, asking why he had diverted resources to scouring the world for knowledge, with the task of evacuation still at hand. Magnus told his brother that he had read the records of this world, and locked within this planet was a truth as to why Morningstar had survived Old Night unscathed, that scarring age of horror that all of mankind knew. Think of the good that could be achieved with that information. Besides, Magnus told his brother, when had he ever been wrong about such things?
Yeah, okay, so the community of Morningstar survived, the Age of Strife and, the calamity of the sudden growth of psychers during that time, right? And it seems to me that the populace of Morningstar overcame that entire situation, and they've just been flourishing ever since. That is actually very important information. And whatever sort of device or knowledge that the populace of Morningstar have been able to, create or to maintain, that has helped them survive through the Age of Strife really is important. Really, it is important because, psychers are very powerful people and they can be possessed by demons. And if there is knowledge that will help prevent psychers from being possessed by demons or being consumed by their own powers, or even those who are not consumed by their own powers, but, they become maniacal, dictatorial, egotistical, psychopaths, who just want to control the entire planet with their psychic abilities or to kill whoever they want to kill. That type of knowledge of how to prevent people from becoming that or doing that is very important. So, yeah. I think whatever information is on Morningstar is definitely required. If it's not dealing with psychers, then I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's like a management system that was able to be activated, where the populace, during the Age of Strife, maybe they didn't have any food or water or enough food or water, and then there was a programming system, like an STC, that helped them to maintain the society. Yes, so it might be knowledge of the warp, or it might be knowledge based in an STC, a standard STC, what is it called again? Standard construct. Oh my gosh, I forgot the name. STC. What's the T? Standard template construct. Yes. Oh gosh. Yeah, but you get what I mean. Okay.
A sentiment the Lord of Prospero utterly believed, even if he did acknowledge the hubris and pride of it. But something more had brought Magnus to his brother, the Antikythera, a replica of a tool designed to navigate the great ocean, the warp. Elation filled Magnus, himself brimming with excitement and potential for what he could do, what he could achieve with it. But his joy was snatched away as the Lord of Iron smashed it into pieces. Shock gripped Magnus, and then the briefest spark of hate. Why? How dare he destroy it? How could he deny his opportunity to gain knowledge? The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And this act felt nothing but evil to him. Our Father knows more than us, Perturabo told him. He has seen further than us. If he tells us there are reasons of the warp, into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that.
He didn't hear a word you said, Perturabo. He did not even hear a word you said. All he cares about is that contraption that has been broken into pieces.
Magnus had been forbidden, warned of delving too far into dark places in the warp. He knew of this, but yet it still felt evil. Ignorance, the sin. Knowledge wasn't evil. He believed in his heart he was strong enough to handle its power, but he dared not say that to his brother. Releasing his anger from his body, Magnus moved on from his brother's cruelty. The world of Morningstar required his attention, but the sting of resentment wouldn't fade. The evacuation outside began to escalate. Millions of people were ferried in overloaded ships as their home consumed itself. With the very world cracking, the Iron Warriors and Thousand Suns were spread thin, risking their lives to bring their people into the last bastions of safety. News roared across the planet, people begging for aid. A call answered personally from Magnus as he personally rode out to help them. Landing down upon the surface, accompanied by his sons, Magnus found a city in ruins, the very earth beneath them upturning and breaking, lava, ash and smoke everywhere. Magnus psychically shielded his sons, the wash of sorrow and heartbreak of the people hitting him like a wave. He absorbed it all as tears rolled down his cheek from his one eye. Despite his power, knowledge and strength, he was human.
Yeah, but why is he shielding the Astartes? I mean, they're supposed to be impervious to such emotions. Or maybe because they are psychers and they're far more attuned to the human psyche, if I can say that. Yeah, maybe it would affect them more precisely, more acutely than other Astartes who have been conditioned and trained and indoctrinated, not to feel anything for human beings necessarily. Yeah. Okay.
And it broke him to see, to feel intimately people suffer like this. Magnus and his sons rushed forward. Save them, he ordered. Psychic power welled up from within as they all spread out, all of them breathing forth the arts of Prospero and rescuing the civilians. Magnus found the planetary governor wounded, and on the verge of death, he utilized his abilities to save him, but soon found himself in danger. A shell from a tank burst into the Primarch's chest. Magnus felt true pain for the first time in his life.
A tank shell? Who has the time to be fighting at this very moment when the planet is cracking and you know, blowing up? Who has the time to be fighting?
Not a careful experimental wound or sparring cut. True pain. It shocked him. It humbled him, sending a psychic pulse to all his sons. Hail, Shaitan! Screamed raw from the throats of an army of zealots. Traitors. A doomsday cult to had burst out around the planet.
Shaitan must be a demon. It must be a demon. Yeah, chaos worshippers.
Slaughtering the innocent civilians indiscriminately, all in the name of their prophesied great dying. Magnus burned and split them apart, buying time for his accelerated healing to seal his first true wound. He looked to the sky in horror as an Imperial ship, the Lex Ferrum, began to fall, sabotaged by these vile cultists, doomed to crush the last city, ending the lives of millions of people. He would not let this happen. Roaring across the sky, in a damaged Thunderhawk, the Lord of Prospero gathered a cabal of his sons to the city. The sky above, steel and fire, their deaths almost certain. Magnus and the 1,000 Sons gathered together as the Primarch of the 15th unleashed everything he had. Light burst from him, as if a man had become a supernova, and all of Magnus's psychic energy released from him. The Lord of Iron and millions of Imperials stood in shock, bearing witness to a miracle as the burning, falling ruin of the Lex Ferrum came to a halt. Magnus just saved millions, but at the cost of 24 of his sons, consumed and turned to dust in their armor.
They must have like sacrificed their life force energy to divert it to Magnus, you know, so that he could stop the ship. Okay. Alright.
The guild stung him, with not an ounce of strength left, his skin grey. Magnus collapsed, only to be caught by a brother, the Lord of Iron, carrying his very brave brother. Recovering from his wounds, the Lord of Iron praised Magnus. All of them had borne witness to what psychic powers could do. They saw what Magnus believed. You came a heartbeat from death. The Great Crusade would have been robbed of one of his brightest sons.
Look at this image. This image is so sweet. Oh my gosh. Seeing Perturabo carry Magnus like this, really, these guys. It's a very nice image. But you know, this entire situation reminds me of a game I used to play called, it was a Star Wars game. The Force Unleashed. Yes, The Force Unleashed. When Starkiller, the main character in the game, you know, where Starkiller was pulling down a Star Destroyer that was orbiting the planet. He was pulling it down so that he could destroy it because it was attacking him. So yeah, it's taking me back to that game. If you guys have played Star Wars Force Unleashed, The Force Unleashed, then you know what I'm talking about. You know, when Starkiller was pulling down the Star Destroyer so that it would crash onto the planet. Yeah, I think it was like a junk world, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. It's taking me back to that game. Okay, let's continue.
More importantly, I would have lost a dear brother. There are none among our kin I regard as highly as you, so promise me you won't risk your life like that again. The kind words of Perturabo. Morningstar had almost killed him twice, but Magnus had not given up. Something hidden upon this world, this Shaitan, bore the truth behind this cult and the breaking of the planet.
It's a demon. Stay away, Magnus. Stay away.
He would uncover it. Once again, Magnus made his way towards the surface of this breaking world, now a legend, with a deed that would spread across the Imperium, a heroic act of a Crimson King.
I know one Primarch that's not going to be impressed by his actions, and that's Lehman Russ. He's not going to be impressed. He's going to be like, so what? He stopped the ship. He's still a weakling. Council of Nikea. Okay. Nikea.
If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat.
Magnus lay upon a cold steel table, his thoughts drifting, memories of his father flooding in, contemplating on his choices, how his insatiable need for knowledge, for answers, now put him on the verge of death. Finding buried deep within the cracking earth of Morningstar, Magnus, Azek Ahriman, Phosis Dakar, and a detachment of his 1,000 sons opened the Ceramite doors to an ancient Terran colonization ship, the secret the world had been hiding. Immediately, Magnus felt an aura of dread. Nausea swept over him as they delved deeper. Voices began to speak in their heads. Ahriman begged his lord to leave, but Magnus refused. They
Ahriman is right.
had to know. A figure stepped out amongst the shadows of this strange, streamlined place. A legionary, silhouetted in a sick, rippling undersea glow. A possessed 1,000 son, screaming, "No one leaves Shaitan." A creature, a psychic apparition flew at Magnus, throttling him and slamming him into a crude surgical table, separating him from his sons. It poured its horrifying truths into his mind. Shaitan, an entity formed from the cruelty of humanity in the age of strife. The psychic echo of the tortured souls of this colony ship. Thousands of innocent people who had been murdered and stripped of their connection to the primordial creator by their own people, millennia before. They had been afraid of that power in this age of darkness and rampant warp catastrophe.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, definitely it's not as STC. And definitely it's not knowledge on how to manage and control your abilities as a psyker. No. These people were killed. Their energy was transferred into some sort of conduit. Or should I say their souls, were transferred to some sort of warp conduit. And that's what this Shaitan is. Oh, wow. Now we know how the citizens of Morningstar, survived the Age of Strife. They just killed, or should I say ripped, the souls of those who were psychers into this machine or contraption of some sort.
Magnus wept. He felt their suffering beyond anything he thought possible. The horror. They had taken something beautiful from them and killed it. And it was that suffering, those wounded minds that had screamed in rage and vengeance in his face, coalescing into this entity, Shaitan.
But you have to understand the people of Morningstar, The Age of Strife was really terrible. And they took these precautions because they just couldn't really trust that, the psychers that are living amongst them are not going to hurt them or not going to be possessed by demons. And they took this chance. Yes, it's wrong. But I think they were desperate. I mean, they wouldn't go to such lengths if something terrible did not happen in their communities on Morningstar. I don't think so.
It would make him feel that pain too. It would take away what Magnus valued most, more than anything, his connection to the warp. If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. Was it curiosity or entitlement that had brought him here? He had needed to know, always, even if it cost him his own life, because ignorance was worse. Magnus looked deeper into Shaitan, speaking to a consciousness that was beyond his. Old Knight, he whispered, the evolution of humanity, the emergence of more psychers, had been too sudden, unguided. Insanity and bloodshed had rippled across humanity in the stars, millennia ago. That was why the colonists of Morningstar had done this. They had tortured and broken all these people to save themselves. And when you love something with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. A people saving their world, like a father would save his sons. Ahriman burst into the chamber, attacking the creature, and giving Magnus an opening to bind the creature into his grimoire. A tug of war that drew upon every ounce of Magnus's power.
He saved this Shaitan into his book? Okay. Wow.
Leaving him exhausted. The Crimson King returned to the side of his brother. They looked down upon the world that was breaking, the mystery unearthed, the culprit Shaitan, using the colony ship that was its tomb to break the crust of the world like an egg. One last vengeance of the tortured minds. Magnus took one last look at the ships carrying the refugees, the millions of people, and then he ordered its destruction. The doomsday cult of Shaitan, that poison, could not be allowed to be free amongst the Imperium.
Wait, but does that mean that all of the people, all of those civilians have to die? No, man. Hey, I was so happy that you guys are saving civilians, but honestly, you are lazy in your thought process, Magnus. This is so stupid. Why do you have to kill so many people just to kill a cult, a cultist group? There are so many other ways you could have rooted out the cultists instead of killing the innocent people included. There's so many other ways. I mean, you guys are psychers. You are psychers. You can read minds. You can probe into minds and determine who is a cultist and who isn't. You can do that. But no, you choose the easy path. Disappointing.
How many more worlds would die if even one of them lived? Perturabo questioned his brother, commenting on this unusual cruelty. But this was not cruel. It was necessary. The ships and the people of Morningstar burned. All became dust. Scientia protestas est. Knowledge is power.
What a waste of resources. What a waste of time. What a waste of your heroic act in the beginning by saving that city from that ship that was descending upon it. What a waste. Now people are not going to talk about you saving a planet or saving a city from destruction. They're going to talk about you killing civilians, whilst they try to escape from a dying world. Huh? There's no knowledge as power here. Knowledge has become evil in this matter.
What Magnus had known burned an entire world. Knowledge was also responsibility for those brave enough to wield it. Though the scars remained, Magnus and the Thousand Suns continued upon the Great Crusade, traversing the stars and bringing more worlds into Imperial compliance, and collecting more knowledge that filled the pyramids of Tizca. But his way of war was not appreciated by all, especially many of his brothers. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves was often a critical voice of Magnus and his legion's conduct. Even his vile brother such as Conrad Kurz cared nothing for the Crimson King's worldview. Many times, Magnus had risked open war to defend libraries, even in the midst of conquest, even from his brothers. After nearly 2 centuries of war, the Imperium spanning across enormous swaths of the galaxy, with billions upon billions of people, all united under one banner, Magnus, and the 15th descended to the surface of the world, coined Agru. Mountains and arid deserts dominated the planet, the temperature searing, even for the superhuman genetics of the Astartes. But something was wrong on this seemingly insignificant planet. The tides of the war, the primordial creator that flowed across the galaxy, howled furiously upon this place. It made the 15th Legion feel wrong. It assaulted them in their mind and body, forcing them into the higher levels of the enumerations, psychic mental paths created by Magnus, each level an escalation in mental solitude and concentration. Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar, and Sobek were all unnerved. Their lord, their Crimson King, had descended into the local human tribe's sacred valley alone. Somehow
There are humans on this planet, and yet the environment is so inhospitable in terms of the heat that even Astartes have issues with the weather. But there are human beings who are living on this planet that can withstand this heat. Wow.
how the people of this world had survived, free of mutation or rampant untamed psychic potential. Even here, in this place of violent tides, knowledge Magnus had to discover. The secrets here had taken them to the top of Agru's highest peak, but before the journey could begin, Magnus and his sons were interrupted. Descending from the sky, a contingent of space wolves unceremonially strode up to the Crimson King, demanding he answer the call of Leman Russ that had so far been ignored.
What does Leman Russ want? What does he want? Why is he summoning? Why is he summoning Magnus the Red? For what? To fight? No, man. Focus on the crusade. Stop calling your brother and summoning him for no reason. Ugh, Leman Russ.
Their arrogance and the sheer audacity to speak to their lord in such a way rippled anger across the Thousand Suns, but the wolves were quickly cowed with a simple burst of Magnus's power, earning a sign of submission. A compromise was reached, and the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves ascended the mountain together. Then Russ's call would be answered. The journey was long, scorching hot, for all except the wolves of Fenris. Still draped in furs and cloaks, they seemed almost unaffected by the heat.
Most impressive.
To the astonishment of the Thousand Suns, Magnus encouraged his sons, such as Ahriman, to converse and bond with their fellow Astartes, such as Othea Weirdmake of the Space Wolves. The animosity of the two legions, legendary across the Great Crusade, but Magnus believed that it was hate born from ignorance. Even they could be shown enlightenment. Magnus and his sons approached the precipice of the mountain, but they found themselves ambushed. The ground quaked, the air vibrated, everything was on edge, as the adrenaline of battle coursed through Magnus and all the Astartes. Ancient Xenos constructs, once thought dormant, burst from the mountain, and the battle begun. Everything the Thousand Suns launched at the constructs was repelled. Their frustration grew, all of them unable to unleash their full psychic potential.
Then you use your bolter guns, you use your chain swords or whatever other physical melee weapon that you have. You know, be an Astartes. not a Psyker Astartes, but an Astartes now.
Due to the unsteady warp tides and the judgmental eyes of the space wolves, hundreds of Astartes fell in atomizing blasts, until Magnus, alone, with his feather cloak spread like eagle wings, began to swell with power. His limbs ran electric with light. Blue fire ushered forth from the glowing godlike Primarch, felling one of the Xenos constructs. No one attacked his sons, but the exertion of power cost Magnus dearly. He sank to the floor, his scarlet skin now pale, but it was not over. The wounded thing was not done, and launched a beam directly at the vulnerable Primarch. The Thousand Suns screamed. Ahriman and Uthazar crumbled to their knees. A legion overcome with soul-wrenching grief collected themselves and charged without restraint.
Finally, you guys are acting like Astartes.
With their throats raw from screaming vitriol and hate, they mopped up the rest of this Xenos filth. They turned to see amongst fire and smoke Fosus Takar on the edge of death. In front of him, a kind shield, and kneeling down behind him was their lord. Magnus lived.
And the Space Wolves, what did they do? Were they just watching you guys fighting against this construct, or were they helping? Hey, yeah.
Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. Again, Magnus had put himself in harm's way, all for the mystery atop Agru's mountain peak. The 15th felt a relief like nothing they had ever felt before, but yet again the wounded Magnus wanted to continue. At the summit, Magnus, the Thousand Suns survivors, and the wolves peered down into the crater. An aura of dread, so strong even Magnus wavered in its presence, oozed from a dark core. It was pure hate, a monster sealed in a time and a war almost lost to the universe. The Thousand Suns approached, but dark tendrils rushed forth and swallowed their crimson king. In a dreamscape nightmare, a kaleidoscope of colour and emotion, a disgusting serpent beast crawled forth.
Okay, now this is a demon. This has to be a demon.
Speaking to Magnus, taunting him. It was nothing to Magnus. He had flown the great ocean, even before his tutelage by his father. He saw through its lies. He saw the arcanic gate that it guarded, and it bled from. More jabs came.
Arcano gate? What is that? A webway gate? Huh.
It spoke of Magnus's pride, how he had already sipped from a poisoned chalice. It knew his secrets.
All of that is true. All of that is true.
But Magnus spat back that he had bested powers greater than it before. He had delved into the depths of the warp. He was its master. Arrogance. The last word on the serpent's lips, as Magnus throttled the life from it. The darkness scattered, as the shining, blazing Magnus descended amongst his sons, who looked on in awe. Victory and knowledge of the gate was his, but the judging eyes of the wolves stared at the Crimson Lord. They, and many others in the Imperium, had also looked upon him in scorn, and after 2 centuries of war, after seeing the consequences of Magnus's choices, a question had formed in the Imperium. A question about the future of psychic powers.
There is an ancient legend of old Earth that speaks of 3 men of Aegina who lived in a cave deep in the mountains.
Oh yeah, I remember this speech. It was a good speech. It was a good speech, Magnus.
Said Magnus, with the warmth of a natural storyteller. Though he had heard this story before, Ahriman found himself captivated by Magnus's voice, the natural charisma that loaded every commanding word.
I'm sure if Logar was there, or maybe he is there, he must be really impressed. He must be like, ooh, this is my brother Magnus? Wow, you could actually reach up to my level, of the oratory skills that he has. Yeah.
These men lived shut off from the light of the world, and they would have lived in permanent darkness but for a small fire that burned in a circle of stones at the heart of the cave. They ate lichen that grew on the walls and drank cold water from an underground stream. They lived, but what they had was not living. Day after day, they sat around the fire, staring into the flickering embers and dancing flames, believing that its light was all the light in the world. The shadows made shapes and patterns on the walls, and this delighted them greatly. In their own way, they were happy, moving from day to day without ever wondering what lay beyond their flickering circle of light.
Magnus paused in his recital, allowing the audience to imagine the scene and picture the dancing shadows on the cave's walls.
But one day, a mighty storm blew over the mountains. But so deep were the men that only the merest breath of it reached their cave. The fire danced in the wind, and the men laughed to see new patterns on the wall. The wind died, and they went back to contemplating the fire, much as they had always done. But one of the men got up and walked away from the fire, which surprised the other men greatly, and they bade him return to sit with them. This lone man shook his head, for he alone had a thirst to learn more of the wind. He followed it as it retreated from the cave, climbing steep cliffs, crossing chasms, and negotiating many perils, before he finally saw a faint haze of light ahead of him. He climbed out of the cave, emerging onto the side of the mountain, and looked up at the blazing sun. Its light blinded him, and he fell to his knees, overcome by its beauty and warmth. He feared he had burnt out his eyes, but in a little while his vision returned, and he hesitantly looked around him. He had come out of the cave high on the mountain's flank, and the world was spread out before him in all its glory. Glittering green seas and endless fields of golden corn. He wept to see such things, distraught that he had wasted so many years in darkness, oblivious to the glory of the world around him, a world that had been there all along, but which his limited vision had denied him.
The Primarch stopped, looking up to the stars, and his rapt audience followed his gaze, as though picturing the blazing sun of his story.
"Can you imagine what it felt like?"
asked Magnus, his voice racked with emotion.
"To have spent your entire life staring at a small fire and thinking it was the only light in the world, only to be then confronted by the sun." The man knew he had to tell his friends of this miraculous discovery, and he made the journey back to the cave where the other men sat, still staring into the fire and smiling vacuously at the shadows on the wall. The man who had seen the sun looked at the place he had called home and saw it for the prison it truly was. He told the others what he had seen, but they were not interested in far-fetched tales of a burning eye in the sky. All they wanted to do was live their lives as they had always lived them. They called him mad and laughed at him, continuing to stare at the fire as it was the only reality they knew.
Ahriman had first heard this story as a philosophus in the Corvée Temple, when Magnus had mentored him prior to facing Dominus Liminus. He heard the same note of bitterness in the Primarch's voice that he had heard then, a precisely modulated pitch that conveyed the proper measure of anguish and frustration at the blindness of the men in the cave.
How could anyone turn away from such light once they knew of its existence? The man could not understand his friend's reluctance to travel to the world above. But he resolved that he would not take their refusal to come with him as an end to the matter. He would show them the light, no matter what. And if they would not come to the light, then he would bring it to them. So, the man climbed back to the world of light and began to dig. He dug until he had widened the cave mouth. He dug for 100 years, and then 100 more, until he had dug away the top of the mountain. Then he dug downwards, a great pit in the heart of the mountain, until he broke through into the cave where his fellows sat around the fire.
Magnus fell silent, his words trailing off, though Ahriman knew it was a theatrical pause, rather than any real moment of introspection. Knowing how the story ended, Ahriman was not surprised Magnus had stopped here. In the original version of the tale, the man's friends were so terrified by what they were shown that they had killed the man and retreated deeper into the cave with their fire to live their lives in perpetual twilight. The tale was an allegorical parable on the futility of sharing fundamental truths with those too narrow perceptions of reality. By telling it selectively, Magnus had broken his covenant with the audience, but none of them would ever know. Instead, he continued his tale with fresh words, woven from his imagination.
I'm sure the Emperor knows this story. I'm sure the Emperor knows this story.
The men were amazed at what he showed them. The light they had been missing for all their lives, and the golden joy that could be theirs were they just brave enough to take his hand and follow him. One by one, they climbed from their dark cave and saw the truth of the world around them, all its wonders and all its beauty. They looked back at the dank, lightless cave they had called home, and were horrified by how limited their understanding of the world had been. They heaped praise upon the man who had shown them the way to the light, and they honored him greatly, for the world and all its bounty was theirs to explore forevermore.
Magnus let his new ending wash over the amphitheatre, and no member of the Theatrica Imperialis had given so commanding a performance. A rolling wave of applause erupted from the tiers, and Magnus smiled, the perfect blend of modesty and gratitude. Sanguinius and Fulgrim were on their feet, though Mortarion and the Death Guard remained as stoic as ever. As pitch perfect as Magnus's delivery had been, Ahriman saw that not all of the audience were won over, though it was clear the case against Magnus and the Thousand Sons was no longer as cut and dried as his accusers had hoped.
Yeah, you can believe that. It's fine, you can believe that.
Magnus raised his hands to quell the applause, as though abashed to be so acclaimed.
The man knew he had to show his friends the truth of the world around them. And just as it was his duty to save his friends from their dull, sightless existence, it is our duty to do the same for humanity. The Thousand Sons alone, of all the legions, have seen the light beyond the gates of the Empyrean. That light will free us from our shackles, of our mundane perceptions of reality, and allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy. Just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future that lay within their grasp, so too does humanity. The knowledge the 1,000 suns are gathering will allow everyone to know what we know, to see as we see. Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them. That is the ultimate goal of the 1,000 suns. Our future as a race is at stake. My friends, I urge you not to throw away this chance for enlightenment, for we are at a tipping point in the history of the Imperium. Think of the future, and how this moment will be judged in the millennia to come.
Yeah, like I said, it was a nice speech. Magnus, it was a very nice speech. But the judgment, the person with the final say, he has other ideas. He has other ideas.
Magnus staggered forward, reaching out to embrace the monster that was Hastar, his brave legionary. Mercy and forgiveness would be his, until a shot rang out, bursting the Astartes apart. Two sides looked at each other across the chasm, 1,000 suns and space wolves.
Are we still in the Council of Nikea? What?
All seeing the one who had fired it, the Wolf King, Daemon Primarch. Arc reached Secundus, a joint compliant action between the 1,000 Suns, Space Wolves and Word Bearers.
Okay, I thought I thought we're still in the Council of Nikea and one of Magnus the Red's Astartes just got shot by Daemon Primarch, but no, this is a different story now. Okay.
But conflict had arisen. Once again, Magnus stood in front of the world's great libraries, intent to protect the knowledge that was not evil, simply knowledge. But the wolves had come, the fury of their lord insatiable. A shield wall rammed up against a kind shield barrier. The barbarians versus the scholars, yet no weapons were drawn. Yet, it was a test of wills.
I mean, I don't get it. The Space Wolves, the 6th Legion, they can just deal with, the fighters and the civilians of this entire civilization and just kill them. Do what you are designed to do. But I don't know how books are so important that you concentrate all of your forces to go and, fight against the 15th Legion who are collecting all that information in that library or museum. Like, I don't get your guys' sense of importance here. There's a planet for you to conquer. Why are you focusing yourselves on a library? Daemon Primarch just wants to fight. He just wants to fight. I'm sure it's the Word Bearers who are doing the rest of the job while, the Space Wolves and the 1,000 Suns are facing each other off at a library. Hey.
The chief librarian Ahriman screamed to his Crimson King and brothers to end this madness.
Ahriman, you seem to be the only voice of reason in this legion as well. When you tell your Primarch we should not be here, your Primarch is like, no, I'm going to be here, I'm going to investigate. And now when the 15th Legion is going to fight against the 6th Legion, you're telling them to stop, but then the 15th Legion is not listening to you as well. They're not listening to you as well. Yeah, wow.
But Magnus stood defiant, his feather cloak bellowing in the icy winds as Imperial forces clashed in front of his eyes. Tempers flared, and the Thousand Sons began to psychically choke their Fenrisian cousins, but the effort to corral them was too much. Hastar, warrior of the Pavoni cults, felt his body start to convulse. Rampant growths of protean flesh spilled out from his armor joints.
Flesh change is back with a vengeance.
And a psychic corruption threatened to spill over all the others. The flesh change had returned. The clash halted, all looking upon the Thousand Sons warrior in shock, all witnessing the monster until he was blown apart at the barrel of the Wolf King's bolter. Leman Russ, barely restrained fury and prowess, a living engine of destruction. The Wolf King, surrounded by his rune priests and on a guard, stared at the Crimson King. The tension was on a knife's edge. Death was inevitable. A golden light flared at the center. Their brother, the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, the tan-skinned giant, strode forward, his aura a sense of wonder, even to the other Astartes.
I mean, he looks like the Emperor, so definitely. Everybody's gonna look at him and be in awe and just mesmerized by his presence. Wait, is Lorgar a Psyker as well? I'm not entirely sure. I forgot whether he's a Psyker. But yeah.
Russ told him to move. The Cyclops had gone too far. He had spilled Fenrisian blood, and he must pay. Lorgar pleaded with Russ to calm himself, as Magnus stood motionless, the thoughts bleeding into his mind. This savage had murdered his son. This barbarian wouldn't let him save the knowledge of this world. Oh, how he was so content to be ignorant. Russ spilled forth more insults, decrying Magnus's so-called sorcery. Magnus laughed. How hypocritical when rune priests wielded the magic of Fenris. It was only sorcery to him, because he chose to remain ignorant. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Oh, how Magnus hated those who feared what they simply did not understand. Lorgar again pleaded with both of them, not to break the bonds between them, to spill more blood.
Bonds? There's no bonds here. It was a bridge made out of matchsticks. You just need one lighter, that's it.
The tensions began to die down, soothed by the whirs of the horizon. Russ walked away. Fenrisian blood had been spilled, and he vowed that there would be a reckoning between them one day. Magnus and the Thousand Sons had their library.
You'll get what you want, Leman. You'll get what you want. Don't worry.
But the victory was overshadowed by the haunting realization of the return of the flesh change. Ahriman tried to speak to Magnus about Hastar, but Magnus assured his favoured son it was a fluke. Magnus was lying.
Of course he was. The flesh change never left. The Chaos God Zinj just probably suppressed the flesh change in the Astartes, but if they were to exert enough power, that lid on the flesh change would just be uplifted and it would come back, almost immediately. And that's what happened to that Astartes. He used too much of his power and it broke the seal that was holding back the flesh change. It never left. It's always been there.
Both of them could feel it, even if Ahriman dare not voice it. The events of Archreach Secundus had not gone unnoticed, and whispers and rumours of the events overshadowed the largest gathering in the Imperium, as Magnus and his son set course for the world of Ulanor. A triumph, billions of mortal soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of Astartes joined, in the greatest parade the Imperium had ever shown.
It's time for Horus Lupercal's promotion, his ascension to Warmaster.
In the wake of the victory of the Orc Purge on Ulanor, he descended down to the enormous city-sized parade ground, the Emperor of Mankind. The very sight of him men made weep, even the Astartes. Magnus looked on in awe. Even now he was confounded by the being that was his father.
Sorry, the Amber King. I still find it so unbelievable, really, that Astartes were weeping and crying, witnessing and seeing the Emperor, when it's the very same Astartes who are going to betray him. Majority of the Primarchs who attended this celebration and their legions are going to be the ones betraying the Emperor. So how can you be crying and being mesmerized by the Emperor, but then all of a sudden you just betray him? Weren't you loyal to him? Weren't you crying and kneeling before him and prostrating before him and being amazed by his presence? So how is it that someone who does all of that, all of a sudden, it's not all of a sudden, it does take time, for them to foster this betrayal through the warrior lodges and through other activities, yes. But still, guys, come on. These are the same people. And they betray just like that.
Guiding light that led towards an age of enlightenment for all of humanity. But surprise hit them all, as the Emperor declared that his work would take him back to Terra. The Great Crusade would continue under a new Warmaster, a brother elevated above equals, Horus Lupercal. Magnus was pained by the idea of his father leaving their side, but worst of all, he had not revealed the purpose of his work on Terra to any of them. Why? Did he not trust him? Did he think Magnus was not wise enough, strong enough? It was thought he kept to himself, as he took the opportunity to meet with his brothers. Many decades had passed since many of their last meetings, and he enjoyed their bonds of fraternity once again. But there had been rumors, talks of a movement of those who despise the use of psychic powers within the Imperium, overshadowing their conversations. Mortarion of the Death Guard and Lehman Russ of the Space Wars were open in their hostility and had been drumming up support for years. Magnus and those of his brothers such as Sanguinius and Jagatai Khan, the most pro-psychic of all their brothers, convened. The Librarius, a disciplined set of rules and balances to ensure the safe and modest use of psychic abilities in the legions, was drafted. It was a compromise, one that Magnus utterly despised. He was confident, for how could the Imperium be so blind as to shun away its greatest gift and potential? Only a few short years after the triumph at Ulanor, and the crowning of Warmaster Horus, Magnus received the call. A conclave had been called to determine the future of psychic use within the Imperium. Upon the world of Nikea, Magnus and his sons arrived, only to be greeted by his brothers Sanguinius and Fulgrim. Along a massive corridor they strode, into the hollowed out heart of a long dormant volcano. Quickly, Magnus began to notice that it was as if he was being escorted not as a guest, but as a prisoner on trial. A large glittering cave with a Colosseum structure is where Magnus stood before a pantheon of assembled lords, Astartes and Primarchs, and at the top, far above, with his flaming sword upon his lap, sat his father, the Emperor of Mankind. The battle had begun. They came in droves, speakers who decried the use of sorcery, its raw destructive power, the scars of old night, and the perils of the warp. Man could not be trusted with it. Some would always delve too deep. It was dangerous. Mortarion and others gave speeches of venom and hate that burned inside Magnus as he struggled to contain himself. Even the rune priest Othera Weirdmake came forward, an utter betrayal of the olive branch they had extended upon Agru. After having endured this plea to ignorance and regression, Magnus took his turn to speak. With crimson fingers, he lifted them to the heavens and began to utter the truth in his heart. He spoke of an allegorical cave, how we, humanity, must look to the sun, feel its warmth, its heat, if only we are brave enough to open our eyes to a new world, not cower back into the safety of the dark because of fear. That light will free us from the shackles of our mundane perceptions of reality, and allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy, just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future that lay within their grasp. So too does humanity. A golden era awaited, if only they were brave enough to grasp it. A future where humanity mastered its psychic potential, armed with the knowledge of the thousand suns had collected for centuries. Magnus would save humanity. Applause, tears, and praise flooded over Magnus. He felt incredible. They finally saw it. Hope. Magnus had given all he could. Conversing with Ironman in their private chambers, he told his son of their responsibility to be guides to the ignorant, just as the Emperor was to his. No, whispered Ahriman, you already knew of it. When the Emperor showed you of the warp's wonders and dangers, you feigned not to know, but you had already peered into its depths and seen them. Magnus almost killed his favoured son on the spot.
Guys know Primarchs and almost killing their closest confidants. Do you remember what happened to Lionel Johnson and him smashing the head of his closest confidant? What is his name again? Namiel? I think it was Namel or Namiel. Nemiel. Yes, Nemiel. Yeah. When Nemiel was also protesting against the use of psychers because of the Edict of Nikea. But, Lionel Johnson had to use psychers because they were facing up against demons and their weapons were just not sufficient. But Nemiel was still protesting and saying that we should not be using psychers. And then Lionel Johnson just, smashed his head in with a backhand slap. And also, Conrad Kurz, yes, Conrad Kurz and his closest confidant, Zavatar. Was it Zavatar? Savatar. Yeah, him. Where he was also questioning Conrad Kurz's, activities on how to turn worlds into compliant Imperium of Man worlds, by using fear tactics and violence against a group of people, and showing it to the rest of the planet, and just bringing an entire world into submission through fear. And Zavatar was questioning that, like, how is it that your brothers are able to do it far more differently to you and far more permanent, in terms of conquering a world, and where your sense of justice has failed you, has failed, the Imperium of Man in terms of conquering worlds. Why is it that your way is the only way? He was questioning Conrad Kurz, and Conrad Kurz almost killed him. He almost killed him. Who else? Oh gosh, I can't remember right now. Yeah, but this seems to be something that is, occurring multiple times with Primarchs and their closest confidants, where they are the ones who are telling them that, hey, what you're doing here is wrong, or what you're doing here is, very hypocritical, and it's not the truth, or you're not following the laws of the Imperium of Man. I remember just another one right now. Horus Lupercal and his closest his close confidant, what is his name? Abaddon. Yeah. When they were dealing with that human empire that had Xeno races on their planet. Oh, hold on, guys. I have a call. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yes. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I was talking about the close confidants of the Primarchs. How many of them are challenging their Primarchs, and the Primarchs, want to kill them. They want to kill them. So yeah, I know Lionel Johnson is the only one who actually killed his closest confidant, and that was Nemiel. Yeah, with the backhand. But yeah, I just find it very funny with some of these Primarchs. Okay, let's continue. Play.
White-hot fury seethed through him as a vital nerve had been struck. He bored into Ahriman with his eye, telling him to never say that again. Ever. Unguarded, Ahriman felt a link between them. Osmond, his twin brother. What did he do? A seal? A pact? What had Magnus done all those years ago? How had he saved the Legion? Shame, anger, desperation. Ahriman saw all mix within his lord.
He didn't save the Legion, he just postponed the inevitability. Yeah.
Only moments before, others had condemned them, declaring mankind could not handle the responsibility of psychic power. Were they right? Were they right to call the 15th sorcerers? But they were interrupted. Magnus and all attendants walked back to the Colosseum ground. Judgment had come.
Hear now the words of my ruling. I am not blind to the needs of the Imperium, but nor am I blind to the realities of the hearts of men. I hear men speak of knowledge and power as though they are abstract concepts to be employed as simply as a sword or gun. They are not. Power is a living force, and the danger with power is obsession. A man who attains a measure of power will find it comes to dominate his life until all he can think of is the acquisition of more. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but few can stand the ultimate test of character, that of wielding power without succumbing to its darker temptations. Peering into the darkness to gain knowledge of the warp is fraught with peril, for it is an inconstant place of shifting reality, capricious lies, and untruths. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always, men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power. And it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful. He becomes reckless. His power will turn on him and eventually destroy all he has built.
It sounds like you're talking about yourself, Emperor. It really sounds like you're talking about yourself, because this is exactly what's going to be happening to you, with your wisdom, with your power. It backfired. The things you created, the Primarchs, almost half of them are going to betray you. are going to destroy this Imperium of Man that you've been building. One of them is going to destroy the Webway project that you've also been focusing on. It sounds like you're talking about yourself. I know, I think you're trying to teach another lesson to Magnus the Red, but you know what I'm hearing you say, it's echoing about what you have been doing, your actions in the warp, you know, your deals with the Chaos Gods, taking a portion of their essence or their power and giving it to the Primarchs. This is what you've been doing. So it sounds like you're talking about yourself.
I have walked paths no man can know, and faced the unnameable creatures of the warp. I understand all too well the secrets and dangers that lurk in its hidden darkness. Such things are not for lesser minds to know, no matter how powerful or knowledgeable they believe themselves to be.
Damn, Magnus, he just told you you're not enough.
The secrets I have shared serve as warnings, not enticements to explore further. Only death and damnation await those who pry too deeply into secrets not meant for mortals. I see now I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should never have permitted them to know even existed. Let it be known that no one shall suffer censure, for this conclave is to serve unity, not discord. But no more shall the threat of sorcery be allowed to taint the warriors of the Astartes. Henceforth, it is my will that no legion will maintain a librarius department. All its warriors and instructors must be returned to the battle companies and never again employ any psychic powers.
What the Emperor said went into one ear and out the other with Magnus. He didn't hear a thing. He didn't hear a thing. He won't listen.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
They had lost. The future of enlightenment was dead, ash in their hands. Rising from his throne, the Emperor looked directly at Magnus. He peered into his mind, seeing the boundaries Magnus had crossed, his breaking of his word to his father, his delving into the corners of the great ocean he had been forbidden to go to. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master, I swear it.
Emperor, why didn't you peer into his mind the moment you first saw him? The moment you first met up with your son on Prospero, why didn't you peer into his mind? You know? Or why didn't you peer into his mind when you realized he only had one eye? And if he's not telling you the truth of what happened to that other eye, then you can, go into his mind and see what happened. Why didn't you do any of that? Why are you only doing it now? At the last minute. It's too late.
No one saw the Emperor's lips move. Even through his blinding golden aura, words spilled forth that hit like a hammer to the souls of all who bore witness. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power. and it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful, he becomes reckless. The words cut Magnus like a knife, coming from his father, the one being he looked up to. I see now I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should have never permitted them to even know existed. Magnus had lied. All those years ago, on Prospero, he had delved into the secrets of the warp, long before his return to Terra. He had explored and acquired knowledge unguarded, untempered by wisdom. He was a Primarch, a superhuman, but still human, and he tackled everything with the curiosity of a reckless child. Because he naively thought he was wise enough, he knew better. The use of psychic powers in the legions was outlawed, under pain of death. Magnus and his sons limped out in shame to the stars, their fellow ally legions and Primarchs disappointed by the actions of the 15th and what that had cost them. Almost resigned to his father's decree, Magnus sank to his knees as a psychic vision pulsed into his mind, a vision of fire, death and corruption, and through the miasma of cataclysm he saw his brother, Horus. The 15th in shame made their way towards Prospero, Magnus feeling conflict in his heart.
You know, at the moment when he got that vision, he should have ran directly to his father and discussed about it with him. If the father does not believe him, tell your father to peer into my mind, look into my mind, and you'll see what I'm telling you is the truth. But no, he's heading all the way back home. And then he's going to make an excuse on why he should be using his psychic powers to then communicate with the Emperor all the way to Terra using, his astral projection. Really. Sometimes these Primarchs, they don't think. Your father is right there with you. He's still there on the planet, discussing with the Council of Nikea. He's still there. Just go to him. Go talk to him. Tell him what you've been seeing with your, future vision abilities. Tell him. If he doesn't believe you, tell him to look into your mind. Simple as that. But no, you want to go around and find your way to the finishing line somehow, some way, no matter the cost. Oh well, it's too late.
What should he do? Should he tell his father of his vision? The father who he had just utterly failed, by means he had just outlawed, and with what proof? That entities of the warp that he was not supposed to know about were conspiring to corrupt his most favoured son? Magnus.
The proof is in your mind, Magnus. The Emperor will be able to determine what is factual and what is not, what is influenced by chaos demons or what is not. He will be able to determine that. He is the Emperor, after all. So go to him. That's your proof.
And his legion returns to Prospero. Once again Magnus set his eyes upon Tisca, the city of light. Oh, how he loved his home. The jewel of hope in a galaxy of darkness and ignorance. Assembling with his captains, Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Tekar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar and Sobek, Magnus told them of his vision, a partial truth of the lies he had perpetuated over 2 centuries, of entities of the warp that were beyond powerful. They were malignant and corrupting to the unprepared. Magnus defied the Edict of Nikea, not even a day after his declaration, as he began to delve back into the warp and his own ancient texts, divining prophecies about the fall of his brother Horus, of a fallen son who would ravage his father's kingdom and all of humanity. It was up to the 15th Legion to save him, to prevent this oncoming disaster. Inside deep cabins underneath Tisca, Magnus and his sons prepared for a ritual, one whose very inception had been crafted from knowledge Magnus knew he was not meant to know. Surrounded by a cabal of his sons, cleansed and focused to a degree that was beyond human, the Crimson King began. With human thralls around them, energy that Magnus knew would be consumed in what was to come. The thought was distasteful, but the fate of the Imperium and humanity was on the line.
Yeah. Like father, like son. Like father, like son. You know, here you are going to sacrifice these thralls, and, you know, in the future with your father, he's also going to be, you know, using thralls as batteries for the Astronomicon and his own existence. Yeah, like father, like son.
He spoke to his sons. Too few have the courage to take arm against an uncaring galaxy. But we are the 1,000 Suns. There is nothing we dare not do. Laying down upon an altar, his white robe spilling over the edge, Magnus connected himself to Horus. Blood began to pour from him. Psychic sympathetic wounds that mirrored the Warmaster sprouted over his body. Magnus' eye glazed over with a kaleidoscope of impossible colours as his soul roared into the warp. Horus, my brother, I am coming for you. Days passed as Magnus' sons, Ahriman, Aemon and Uthazar stood vigil. The Lord's body was pale and dripping with sweat. Finally Magnus awoke. I have failed, he told them. There were others there, Erebus of the Word-Bearers,
That SOB.
who aided in the corruption of Horus. Lorgar's legion had already fallen to the primordial annihilator, Chaos. The word was used as if it was a name, but Magnus had told them after Nikea about the entities of the warp. But this Chaos was something more? Ahriman questioned his lord, but Magnus told him he only knew of this Chaos after this very confrontation.
Really? Really now? Okay, Magnus.
He was lying. Ahriman felt the flicker in his aura. Again, Magnus had lied to him. They had to warn the Emperor. Horus had been corrupted by this chaos, and war was coming. But if Magnus could tell his father now, it could save billions of lives. Once again, thralls of Prospero's psychic cults were brought forth, their sacrifice willingly given, but still utterly distasteful.
But yet again, you know, here is Magnus taking the easy path. The hard path would be for him to take a ship and head directly to Terra and speak to your father personally. In physical presence, not through the immaterium. Physically, you must be there physically to tell him these things. If he doesn't believe you, he will be able to read your mind. And then finally determine that, okay, yes, you're telling me the truth. Go to him personally. Just like when he saw the future, he didn't go to his father. Instead, he went home because he believed that the emperor would not believe him, or the emperor would, you know, be angry with him that he just saw into the future. I don't even think he can control that ability of him to see into the future. I don't think he can even control it. You know, it just happens. So it's not his fault. But what is his fault is not taking the initiative to go directly to his father personally and talk to him. That I saw this. If you don't believe me, read my mind. And yet it's happening again for the second time, where Magnus should have went directly to Terra to tell his father personally. But instead he's using the easy path, the path that he knows best, that he thinks he knows best, by going through the warp as an astral projection.
Again, Magnus lay upon the altar beneath Tisga. The new ritual to reach Terra would require enormous power. Ahriman again questioned Magnus, seeing that this ritual to reach Terra required Magnus to make pacts with entities of this so-called chaos.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Names whispered as demons, in order to break through Terra's psychic defenses and warn the Emperor. Magnus told his son it was his consequence to bear alone.
But that's the thing right there. It's not going to be yours to bear alone. It'll be everybody's responsibility. Everybody's consequence. Even the innocent people of Tesca, they are none the wiser of what's happening with you and your Astartes and the thralls and what you guys are doing. But they're going to be clumped up into this catastrophe because of your actions. Yes.
He had bargained with such creatures before and bested them. The warp around him began to convulse once again, and in a pillar of light, Magnus's soul once again roared into the warp. Like a serpent shedding skin, Magnus let go his mortal form. A one-eyed king with a blazing soul of fire sailed past malicious creatures who dared not challenge him. He saw vistas and sights beyond the scope of human language to describe. Mortarion, Russ, if only they could see the beauty of what they shun in ignorance.
They would be screaming and vomiting and having nightmares now. Mortarion and Lim Russ, they would go ballistic if they saw what you are seeing in the warp.
Following ley lines that spanned across the galaxy, he arrived near Terra, finding it slower and harder as he approached. He wasn't going to make it. Then he felt it, a sentience behind him, something beautiful, serene, fluctuating with power. He knew in this place of contradiction, not everything was evil, and felt
Of course that thing is evil. Of course that thing is evil. It's a trap. It's a trap.
the warmth of this entity offering help.
Help with what? No. Nothing just gives you help from the warp. Nothing. There's always a price. You should know this, Magnus, since you are the expert when it comes to the warp, the great ocean. You should know that there is no such thing as someone helping you in that place. There's always a price.
Spoke no words, just offering itself freely.
And it's not even talking to you. It's a trap.
He took it. Swelling with his added power, Magnus broke through the psychic obstacle, his soul flying through the ancient Eldari tunnels that connected to the heart beneath the Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne Room began to shake violently. Raw psychic energy was rampant. Thousands of ordinary people began to die. Magnus, a burning white-hot soul, burst into the throne room, laying his eye upon his father. Monster, the servants around the Emperor cried, firing into this fiery apparition before them. But before Magnus could speak, he began to hear laughter, and then shrieking behind him. A horde of twisted, sentient nightmare had followed him. Demons.
Thank you, Magnus. You have allowed us through.
Magnus looked to the Emperor, panic and shame washing over his features as he realized what he had just unleashed. Father, he cried out, the last words he spoke as he felt those golden eyes look upon him with utter disdain. Magnus awoke back on Prospero. Tears fell down his cheek. What had he done? He had tried to tell his father, give him the warning, but nothing he said could have outweighed what he had done. Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have power do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. The Webway project. The knowledge Magnus was missing. The future of humanity shielded from the warp. The Emperor's enlightenment, and it had just been destroyed by Magnus. He didn't know. He had broken the wards and had corrupted it forever. What had he done? The Emperor had looked into him and seen all he had done. His breaking of the edict, the rituals, and the wards around Terra. Magnus thought he could succeed. He thought he had the best of this chaos. He thought he knew better.
But, Magnus, I don't get you here. You understand why there are wards protecting Terra. You break through them. Okay, you succeed in telling your father about Horus Lupercal, but then what about the damage that you have left behind? Like, imagine, yes, the demons did not get through the breaches in the defense that that are centered around Terra. Imagine they were not involved in helping Magnus the Red, and Magnus the Red succeeded in destroying the wards and heading directly to his father and telling him about all that's happening to Horus Lupercal, right? But then what happens after that? You've destroyed the walls protecting that planet. Was it really worth it to go through all of those defenses just to tell your father about your brother turning to chaos? And this is what I was talking about with, him just not caring about the consequences, not caring about what it will cost for him to prove that he's right or to seek information. He doesn't care about the after effects of his actions or the consequences of his actions. He does not see how important those wards are in protecting Terra. He just goes right through them. And now we're in this mess because you believed in some sort of entity that's got this warm light helping you. Hey, Magnus.
Overwhelming grief swallowed Magnus. He ran to his private chambers, broken, defeated, shame, a monument to failure and hubris.
You have nothing to fear from me, Amon. You have been my most faithful servant since I first came to Prospero. I could never harm you.
With respect, my lord, I am sure young Uthisar thought the same,
said Aemon, picking his way gingerly through the wreckage of Magnus's chamber. His grey hair was kept cropped, close to his skull, and his skin had the textured age of vellum. He knelt beside Uthisar's body and placed his hand upon the crackled and seared breastplate.
Whoa, are you telling me that Magnus killed one of his own Astartes? Hey, well, it's not really a surprise. Primarchs tend to do that. They kill their own sons or little brothers, as Lionel Johnson would call them. Yeah, it tends to happen.
The bodies of the Scarab occult lay around Uthisar, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, and their flesh blackened, as though consumed in the same fire that had destroyed Magnus's library.
Tell me what happened,
said Aemon. Magnus lowered his head, unwilling to meet his oldest friend's gaze. The captain of the Ninth made no accusations. He didn't need to. No accusation could carry greater guilt than Magnus placed upon himself. Almost a week had passed since he had killed Uthazar.
You mean to tell me those bodies have been there for a week? Oh gosh.
Week in which he had almost given in to his self-destructive urges and turned his powers upon himself. Fearing the worst, others had tried to enter his chambers, but Magnus had kept them all at bay until now. Magnus looked down at the grotesquely crumpled body of Balek Uthazar and sighed with regret.
It was an unforgivable lapse, and should never have happened.
Yeah, unforgivable lapse. That's what all the Primarchs also say. You know, Lionel Johnson also, an unforgivable lapse. It just happened. It just happened. Nah, guys, please.
But he knew too much, and I could not let him leave.
Knew too much about what?
Come here.
No, I'm staying right here. You can talk from that distance. I'm staying right here. Yo, come here. Hey, where are we going? Where are we going? So you can kill me too and then stuff me in a closet somewhere? Nah, man.
Let me show you,
said Magnus. Aemon rose and followed Magnus into the balcony overlooking the white city of Tizca.
Aemon, you're braver than me. Yo.
Magnus read the wariness in Aemon's aura and didn't blame him. He would be a fool not to be wary. In all the long years since they had first spoken, as tutor and pupil, Magnus had never thought of Aemon as a fool. Magnus looked towards the noonday sky.
Fly the great ocean with me,
he said. Aemon nodded and closed his eyes, and Magnus let his body of light float free of his flesh. The concerns of the mortal world lessened, but could not be wholly ignored.
I like what he said there. Fly the great ocean with me. That's cool. That's actually quite nice to say. In terms of letting go of your physical body and just enter into the warp, in your ethereal, magical form. Yeah. So yeah, it's quite a nice thing. It's a nice, cool thing to say, I would say. Yeah. I wonder, in this type of situation or scenario where Magnus the Red leaves his body, is he vulnerable to attack? Like if someone had the opportunity to assassinate Magnus the Red, and since Magnus the Red has left his body, he's just standing still there with his eyes closed or his eye closed, is he vulnerable to being attacked? I wonder about that. Also, Aemon,
Tizca transformed from a place of cool marble to a glittering jewel of light. The tens of thousands of shimmering soul lights who called the city home like tiny lanterns.
How fragile they are,
said Magnus, though there was no one yet to hear him. The warm glow of Aemon's subtle body appeared next to him, and they flew into a sky of brilliant blue. The world around them deepened from blue to black, the stars pinwheeling around them like darts of a phosphor. The blackness of space transformed into swirling, multicolored chaos of the great ocean, and both travelers felt the welcome rush of pleasure as its currents flowed around their ethereal forms. Magnus led the way, streaking through the swirling abyss towards a destination only he was capable of finding. Aemon followed him, his dutiful friend and beloved son. They came to the region of stillness he had seen a week ago. He felt Aemon's horror as he beheld the vast fleet of ships, the slab-sided warships, the sleek strike cruisers and the monstrous monuments to destruction.
The censure host has arrived.
That were the battle barges. Hundreds of vessels drew ever closer to Prospero. Ships of many flags and many allegiances, united with one shared purpose: annihilation. Leading them was a feral blade of a ship, unsheathed to deliver the death blow to its hated foe. Grey and fanged, it prowled the stars, with carved eyes, as his braiding bow pierced the depths of the great ocean with uncanny precision.
Is that what I think it is?
It is.
Confirmed Magnus. They flew closer to the brutal vessel. The protective shields that kept the void predators at bay, no match for travelers of such power. They passed through its layered voids, diving through the meter upon meter of adamantium hull plates.
Can I just say how amazing this is, though? This type of ability they have. For them just to shed their physical presence and enter into the warp and are able to, just see ships crossing by in the warp. Just seeing other ships going by, or, other beings that have also been able to achieve this level of psyche skill. I mean, it's amazing, really. It's an amazing way to garner information on potential enemies, coming towards your position, like right now. And they're able to go into the ships and look at the people. I don't know if they can hear them, any of the people on board the vessels, but, they can look at them. They can probably look at their mission briefing plans and all that type of stuff. And the people aboard those vessels are none the wiser. They don't know anything that's happening right now. Oh, but if there's a Sister of Silence there with her, blank anti-psyche abilities, I wonder whether that will disrupt them. I'm not sure, but it's very powerful. It's very, very powerful and amazing ability that psychers have. That they're able to just to shed themselves of their physical presence and enter into the warp and essentially travel as far as they can. Yeah. Until they meet with demons and the chaos guards, and then it's not fun anymore.
Integrity fields and honeycombed bulkheads until they reached the heart of the ship. The masters of this fleet gathered to plan the destruction of all that Magnus held dear, and the two sons of Prospero listened to their deliberations. Magnus was prepared for what he would hear, but Ammon was not, and the flaring wash of his etheric field sent a pulse of choleric energy through the ship's crew.
Why?
Begged Ammon.
Because I was wrong. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious old fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it, but I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Ammon, but you must believe that I did them for the right reasons.
Ammon drifted down towards the master of this vessel, and the steely-eyed killer in golden armor, who stood next to him on a raised command dais.
Constantine Valdor, probably. Yeah, it must be him.
A group of identically armored warriors stood at the base of the dais, occupied by their leaders.
The Council of Nikea. Were they right to name us warlocks?
I fear they may have been, though only now do understand that.
And for that, we are to suffer.
Magnus nodded, and flew up through the ironwork of the starship, exploding outwards into the seething cauldron of the great ocean. Ammon flew at his side, and they hurtled back to Prospero, exhaling pent-up breaths as they opened their eyes and looked down on the reassuringly familiar vista of Tisca.
And the legend knows nothing of this.
Nothing. I have drawn a veil around Prospero. None see out, not even the Corvidae. Now the Thousand Suns must learn what it means to be blind.
So our punishment draws ever closer. What happens when it gets here?
You are kind, old friend. It is my punishment.
Their axes will fall on the rest of us as well.
Pointed out Ammon.
Exactly.
I ask again, what will we do when they get here?
Nothing. There is nothing to do.
There is always something to do. We can destroy them before they even reach us.
Magnus shook his head, saying,
This is not about whether we can defend ourselves against this threat. Of course we can. It is about whether we should.
Why should we not? We are the Thousand Suns, and nothing is beyond us. No path is unknown to us, no destiny is hidden from us. Instruct the Corvide to pierce the veils of the future. The Pavoni and Raptura can enhance our warriors' prowess, while the Pyrie burn our enemies and the Athenians read the minds of their commanders. When they come, they will find us ready to fight.
Oh, Amon. I can hear the desperation in your voice. Oh, it's so sad. It's so very sad.
Magnus despaired, hearing only the urge to strike the first blow in Amon's voice.
Have you not heard what I have said? I do not strike because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do. They want me to take arms against our doom, knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed.
Amon looked out over the city, and his eyes took on a faraway look, tears of loss streaming down his cheeks.
Before you came to Prospero, I had a recurring nightmare. I dreamt that everything I held dear was swept away and destroyed. It plagued me for years. But on the day you arrived from the heavens like a comet, the dream stopped. I never had it again. I convinced myself it was nothing more than an ancestral memory of old night. But it wasn't. I know that now. I foresaw this. The destruction of everything I hold dear is coming to pass.
Amon closed his eyes, and he gripped the balcony with white-knuckled fury.
Man, you're so heartbroken. Like, you can even hear Amon's voice. It's shaking. He is shaking. Oh, I really do feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for the people of Prospero. This harbinger of death, he's robbed you all of your futures.
I may not be able to stop it, but I am going to fight to protect my home. And if you ever held my friendship in any esteem, you would do the same.
Magnus rounded on Amon.
Despite everything I have done, my fate is my own. I am a loyal son of the Emperor, and I would never betray him, for I have already broken his heart and his greatest creation. I will accept my fate, and though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know we were loyal unto the end, because we accepted our fate.
Who is we? Who is we, Magnus? It's supposed to be I, you alone, because this was your decision alone. The 15th Legion are simply following the orders of their Primarch, but the one with the ultimate responsibility is you, not we as the 15th Legion, not we as the people of Prospero. Before, you were always shouting and singing, I, me. You know, I know what's best. I know the warp. I know how to deal with the chaos gods. I know how to make deals with demons. And now all of a sudden, when things have turned pear-shaped, now it's we. We must suffer. the consequences. We must suffer the judgment of the censure host. We know the truth. We are loyal. No. Magnus, this is all on you. And really, you should have just given yourself up. You should have just given yourself up. You know, take a ship, head all the way to orbit the planet, and wait for the censure host to come by. Let them take you. Oh, Amon. He's breaking my heart too. You know, just hearing the voice actor really just so desperate. Like it's an amazing performance. Like, I'm affected by Amon's, you know, just emotional turmoil as he comes to the realization of what is going to happen to his home planet, to his people, to everything that he's loved. Really, the voice actor for Amon is doing a splendid job here. Oh, impactful.
Magnus looked out of his chamber to the mountains that bore a statue of him, a monument to the place he crashed into this world over 2 centuries before. He knew in his heart he couldn't be forgiven for all he had done. The Emperor's retribution would be apocalyptic. The Emperor's words on Nikea that any who broke his edict would become his enemy, and he would destroy them utterly. All this will be ashes, he told himself. It does not have to be, said a voice uttered from the direction of a mirror. The form within spoke in his image, the demon he had seen, the serpent of Agru. Such entities could never fully be destroyed. All bargains come with a price. Magnus saw that now. Over a century ago, the deal he had struck in secret to save his sons from the flesh change. He was now confounded with the truth that he had not bested this creature then. He was a fool. There is a price to pay for the time I gave your sons. You knew this when you accepted the gift of my power. Now it is time to make good on your bargain. The demon showed Magnus a vision. A crimson king locked upon a golden throne, enslaved as a battery to a tyrant emperor, of the now fleet coming to enact his punishment. Magnus screamed, erupting into a frenzy of sorrow and anger, ripping apart everything in the room.
Was that a possible future? Where Magnus would be, you know, tied to the golden throne? Not by his own will, but, you know, forcibly.
His power out of control, as the cracked mirror reflection taunted him, telling him he could not destroy them all. It offered him salvation. It could save Prospero if it just accepted them. My lord, Uthazar said, rushing into the chamber. Magnus locked his eye with Uthazar. Unguarded, everything Magnus had done, the truth and their impending destruction, was psychically transferred to him. Uthazar staggered. We have to warn the Legion.
You're going to die.
Uthazar made his way to leave, but he never reached the door before Magnus immolated him. An entire week passed. The 1,000 suns racked with nerves as they awaited news from their lord. Amon, Magnus's mentor, a father figure, and his oldest friend entered the destroyed chambers, seeing for himself the charred body of Uthazar. A pitiful, broken mess of a man sat in his wallow. The once vermilion red, glorious crimson king. But now Magnus looked nothing like the warrior scholar Amon had known his entire life. Amon questioned his Primarch. What happened? And Magnus showed him. Both of them, like they did in his youth, lifted their souls into the warp, and there Ammon saw it, the brutal ceramite cathedral ships of the Space Wolves, heading to Prospero. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it. But I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Ammon. But you must believe that I did them for the right reasons. The Emperor's executioners were coming to destroy Magnus and the 15th Legion, and he was going to let them. I do not strike, because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do. They want me to take arms against our doom, knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed. Anger filled Ammon. They could fight. They didn't have to die for the sins of Magnus. But nothing moved the Crimson King. And though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know that we were loyal unto the end because we accepted our fate. He had been arrogant, foolish, and prideful. His faults had cost him everything, but he still believed in the Emperor.
Yet he's still being arrogant. He's still being arrogant by lumping up everybody else in his decision. He should go alone and avail himself to the censure host. That's what he should have done. So that the people of Prospero, the citizens of Tesca, and possibly the 15th Legion are not touched. They only want you. They only want you.
And would play no part in aiding the schemes of the creatures that had put him in this situation. Magnus ordered the fleets of the Legion to scatter and erected a psychic shield across the entire planet. No news would come or leave. They were all in the dark. The people of Prospero worked, studied, played and lived, unbeknownst to the doom that approached. And then, to their horror, they stopped as the skies darkened. Silhouettes that they were familiar with cast shadows over them, and then came death. The Space Wolves Legion and Lehman Russ, brother and rival of Magnus, had come to take in the Crimson King and bring him to terror. But new orders had come from the Warmaster Horus, the new Judgement. One word: extermination. Prospero began to burn as an entire legion set ablaze to every home, city and town. The people and the Thousand Sons were caught completely by surprise.
You know, I've asked this question before in a previous video pertaining to the Burning of Prospero made on the Oculus Imperial YouTube channel. You know, where does Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster, get the right to override a command from the Emperor of Mankind? Where does he get the right to do that? And Lehman Russ, why does he obey the orders of someone who is not his immediate superior? His immediate superior is always going to be the Emperor. And the Emperor was clear. He wants Magnus. That's it. But now he's taking the commands of the Warmaster over the Emperor. And we are told that Lehman Russ is loyal to the Emperor. There's no loyalty here. None.
Thinking that some Xenos threat had ambushed them, only to find to their horror it was their own. The Imperium was burning their home to the ground. Only Tizca remained, still shielded by its own defences.
The Keeney shield.
Thousand Sons felt Magnus's voice in their head. He lamented to his sons, apologizing for the doom he had brought upon them. He told them the truth, that he had bargained with this chaos to save them from the flesh change. He was desperate. There was no other way. When you love something with every fragment of your soul.
I'm sorry. No. Magnus, you're not telling them the truth. That's not why they're here. That's not why the Central Host is here. Tell them what you did. Tell them how you tried to communicate with Horus Lupercal. Tell them how you went straight to Terra, breaking down the wards that were protecting the planet and destroying the Webway project. Tell them that. That's the truth. That's why these guys are here. Not because you made a deal with the Chaos God about the flesh change. Yet again, you are lying. Even at this very moment, when your entire planet is burning around you, you still have the opportunity to lie to your sons. Hey.
You will sacrifice anything to save it. But he had sipped from the poisoned chalice, and now their reckoning was upon them. The 15th Legion couldn't believe it. They loved their Primarch, their father, but this news cut to their core. But even then, his sons would not roll over and die. Why should they die for his mistakes? Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Kalophis and Sobek would fight.
I'm hoping Aemon died on the battlefield. You know, I don't want him to become a Chaos Astartes. You know, no, not him. Hopefully he dies on the battlefield, fighting for his home. You know, fighting until death, and let him and the rest of the civilians and the people of Teska who died here just finally rest. I don't want him to continue living, remembering all of this nightmare and hating the Imperium of Man and hating, what Magnus the Red has done to his people and to his home. I just want him to rest. If he can die on the battlefield here, I think it will be good. That man is going through a lot of pain.
The Athenians, Corvidae, Pavoni, Pyre and Raptora would fight. Prospero would resist. The walls of Fenris descended to the ground. The assault on Tizca will be done up close, personal. The rambling hordes of the Space Wolves charged the human.
It's always personal with the Space Wolves. It's always personal when it comes to the 15th Legion and the 6th Legion. Yeah. Close quarter battle.
Human guard were barely a delay, swallowed underneath thousands of Astartes. The men, women, and children of Prospero were not spared, struck down by the wrath of the Imperium. Now playing the part in the fate many human worlds within the Great Crusade had suffered. The 1,000 suns and space wars clashed, Astartes versus Astartes, in a battle that was brutal, deafening and cruel. The 1,000 suns, most natives of Prospero, returns the fury of the space wolves, unleashing their psychic abilities without restraint. Thousands began to fall as the line stagnated. The wolves being blasted and burned, having their minds popped and moves predicted. But this power cost them. Legionaries again fell to the power of change and growth. As their bodies began to contort, the horrifying flesh change once again returned to the Legion en masse. From the ranks of the wolves, custodians and sisters of silence weaved in too. Many of the 15th becoming the sorcerous monsters that they had been accused of long ago.
Hold on a minute. The Titan, what was it called again? Canis Vertex, I think. The Warlord Titan, Canis Vertex. Was Aemon in control of that Titan? Warlord Titan? I think he was. I think Aemon was in control of the Warlord Titan. Yeah, no, if he was control of that Titan, yeah, he should die. He should die. He should rest with his people. Because the amount of power required to reactivate that Warlord Titan, the amount of thralls, if that's what you want to call, the people, the civilians of this place, just to power that machine up, yeah, he's got to go. Aemon has got to go. If he was the one controlling that Titan, I can't remember right now who was controlling that Warlord Titan, but I think it was Aemon. Sorry guys, I'm drifting off. Okay, let's continue.
His tower, Magnus wept. His life's work, the city that had raised him, the people that had loved him, the legion that had learned from him, his legacy, the knowledge he had collected throughout the Great Crusade for humanity. It was all burning.
Stop crying and get out of your pyramid and just avail yourself to be arrested. That's it. This will all end if you just give yourself over.
Prospero was burning. He was wavering. He couldn't look. It was too much. He was the one at fault, not his sons, not his world, not the knowledge. The Emperor was going too far, surely. For hours Magnus watched. He felt psychically every death, every rampant fall to the flesh change in his sons, each one tearing out his heart, death upon death, hearing the cries of his sons to save them. Chaos wanted him to fight, for him to spill Imperium blood, but Magnus could bear it no more, his resolve to self-sacrifice wavering. In the last sanctuary in the heart of Tizca, with less than 1,000 of them alive, the 15th Legion prepared for their final stand. And then they saw him, a being of blazing fire and light, donned in his golden warplate, with crimson skin and one sorrowful eye. Magnus joined the field. He gifted Ahriman the Book of Magnus, a tome of his life's work, and left to face his brother, preparing to die for his sons. Magnus faced down the Wolf King. Brothers, opposites, their differences so far apart it was impossible to reconcile.
I don't think with them they saw each other as brothers. Definitely, Leman Russ never saw him as a brother. Never.
The reckoning promised an Arch-Reach Secundus had come to pass, as the two Primarchs in the fires of Burning Prospero tried to kill each other. Cold fire wrapped Russ as furious blows struck Magnus, both of their armors rent and in pieces as demigods clashed, both their sons watching on, none daring to join. Magnus threw lightning and psychic assaults at Russ, smashing it through his chestplate as Russ swung around and shattered the bones in Magnus's arm. Magnus and Russ were bloodied, and their wounds were pouring. All watched motionless as the Wolf King lifted Magnus the Red above his head, and with a sickening crunch that stole the breath of the 1,000 suns, Russ broke the Crimson King's back upon his knee. A bellowing howl of triumph echoed in the pouring rain and fire as the broken Magnus's life began to fade away.
You know, this just reminds me of Istvan 5, when Fulgrim was fighting against Ferrus Manus, and the Iron Warriors also were looking in the distance as they saw their Primarch fighting against Fulgrim, and they tried to get to him, but they just couldn't because there were so many other Astartes fighting against them. All they could do was just watch as Fulgrim just decapitated Ferrus Manus, and it was over. They were in complete shock, in a state of shock, heartbroken, seeing the Primarch's head rolling to the floor, the body, just collapsing. And then you hear the traitor forces cheering. It's the same situation that is occurring here on Prospero. Where the 15th Legion are just watching as the Primarch's body is being broken, and the 6th Legion forces are celebrating. They're ululating, seeing the defeat of a Primarch at the hands of their Primarch. Wow.
Please, Father, come back to us!
He yelled.
No, Aemon, you're supposed to be dead. No. You can't still be alive. Not you. You have to rest. I don't want you to join chaos.
And suddenly the river was rushing up to meet him. It felt like crashing through a wall of ice. The frozen water hit him like a blow, paralyzing his limbs and locking him with a cold that froze his lungs. The current spun around him, eager to toy with their new plaything. Grasping hands clutched him from below, dragging him down to join the dead. Ammon looked up through the swirling chaos of bubbles and saw his father looking back at him, and then he saw nothing at all. He heard the soft whisper of the ocean's infinite spaces and limitless wonders. Ammon half turned back towards the water, but his resolve held firm, and he resisted the call to swim forever in its depths. Instead, he pushed on, climbing steep ridges and unnaturally shaped contours. The ground crunched underfoot as he climbed towards what he hoped was the center of the island. Without the ocean's buoyancy, his body felt inaudibly heavy, far worse than when his subtle body returns to flesh.
So they're in the warp. Are they physical? Is Aemon's physical body destroyed? Like, is he dead? And his soul is just in the warp right now?
His body glove hung from a physique wasted by the many years he has spent following the secret footsteps of his lost father. Never in his life had he felt so weak. Ammon stumbled and sank to his knees. The breath rattled in his chest, as though filled with glassy fragments, and his eyes stung with abrasive dust blown from the ground. He heard the crunch of footsteps across the coral surface and wearily lifted his head, squinting through eyes gummed with dust and stinging sweat. A tall man, swathed in a ragged cloth of dark feathers, was coming towards him with faltering strides, using a Hager staff fashioned from driftwood for support. His hair was matted grey, pulled back over wrinkled skin to a long scalp lock that reached to the ground behind him. Tied across the center of his skull and obscuring his eyes was a filthy bandage, one side stained with ancient blood.
Who approaches?
Asked the blind man.
Ahriman, is that you?
Ammon shook his head, too horrified at what had become of the father he had loved to form a coherent reply. He licked his lips.
No, it is Ammon.
Ammon?
Said the blind man.
Oh, my son, of course. You came. You finally came.
His head sinking down over his chest and tears spilling down his cheeks as it dawned on him that his lonely quest was finally over. The blind man's hand reached down to touch his shoulder.
My son, welcome to the orrery,
said Magnus the Red. A floating sphere of warp flame illuminated the lee of an overhanging spur of coral upon Magnus's island. It required no fuel and cast a warming glow over Ammon and his gene sire. They sat in silence, watching the dance of stars from a cliff high above the dark ocean.
What is the orrery?
Within the water, it had seemed the stars were static, but from here, Ammon now saw they moved in an intricate pattern that appeared random, but actually possessed an underlying motion as predictable as clockwork. He studied Magnus's face. He had not thought it possible, but his father had profoundly aged. The courage that had seen him do battle against Leman Russ was still there, as was the wisdom in his hidden gaze. But the lines on his face were deep canyons, and his skin was a texture of yellowed vellum. Ammon struggled to know what to say.
It seems to me that Magnus, I don't know if this is his soul or is it still his physical body. You know, like after that battle with Leman Russ, he was teleported away by, Zinch, along with majority of the 15th Legion and civilians of Prospero. I'm not sure where did they teleport them, because I thought they teleported the citizens and the Legion and the Primarch on the planet of Sotaris. I forgot the planet's name. Soitaris, something like that. The sorcerer world. Yeah, I thought that's where they teleported them to, but it seems that this is a different situation here. I'm not entirely sure where are they, Magnus the Red and Aemon, but I don't know where the orrery is exactly, but I think it's somewhere in the warp, and clearly time affects the Primarch differently in this realm of the warp. Yeah, he's experiencing the same sort of situation that Lionel Johnson had as well, where time was also, speeding up pretty fast for him, and he came out quite old in the 41st millennium. Yeah, or was it 42nd millennium? Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm just a bit confused. I'm just trying to understand, where are they, what's going on, after the battle.
He and his father had always enjoyed a close rapport, but the man before him felt like a stranger. Had so much time passed for Magnus that he had forgotten their friendship. Yet simply being in the presence of Magnus was invigorating, and the weariness that had plagued Ammon as he climbed from the water was diminishing with every passing moment.
That's the gene seed in you.
But such a renewal came at a price, and with his returning strength came all his old hurts. The grinding agony pulsing from the shattered ruin of his spine, spliced with innumerable grafts, bonded by Pavoni artifice, would always be with him.
I am sorry, my son,
said Magnus at last.
For what?
For the pain you suffer because of me,
said Magnus, staring far out to sea.
And for leaving you in the great ocean as I did. That was not my intention, but I lost myself. I was distraught, and I had to begin the building of the orrery alone.
Anger touched Ammon, an emotion he had never thought to feel towards his Primarch.
Then why ask for my help?
I did.
Atop the obsidian tower, you promised me we would build the greatest library the galaxy had ever seen. You told me we would build it together.
Magnus shook his head with a rueful sigh.
I was boastful back then.
Back then? How long have you been here?
Magnus shrugged his raven-cloaked shoulders and sighed.
Too long. How many years did you spend in search of me?
I do not know.
Damn, none of you guys know how long you've been in here? Oh.
A great many, I think,
said Ammon, hearing evasion in Magnus's answer, and they lapsed into silence once more.
So you found a place for the orrery,
said Ammon, looking out to sea.
I did,
agreed Magnus, running a hand across his features, and Ammon saw just how deep the weariness in his father's soul ran. Seeing him so bowed made Ammon want to weep.
The moment I left you, I was not myself,
said Magnus, his blindfolded gaze never leaving the cold flames.
Much of me had been broken beyond repair, Amon. Too much has already been lost. In truth, I am not sure I can ever be the soul I once was. If I go back with you, I fear I will diminish with every breath.
Amon's anger fled in the face of Magnus's vulnerability. How little he and his brothers understood of their father's burdens, and how much they had taken his immortal presence and unbending strength for granted. Magnus reached out a hand to the fire, staring into its pellucid depths.
When I came back to myself, I was so very, very far from you, in time and space. I wanted to bring you to me, but I could hear the song of the world ocean calling to me in my mind. And when I found this planet, the place where I would build the orrery, and saw the scale of what lay before me, I knew I could only do it alone.
Why alone? I could have helped.
No. You would have been long dead by now.
Amon kept silent. Magnus's words spoke of a time span where even a functionally immortal legionary would certainly perish.
And you spent all the time since then building the orrery, filling its world ocean with memory?
Among other things,
said Magnus with a grin.
Sometimes I would fly the great ocean to gain a better understanding of how the galaxy had moved on without me. Once I even dared Lorgar's ruin storm and bore a creaking ship of Vulcan's lost sons through its tempests.
So what happens now?
Magnus stood, and his raven cloak parted to reveal his armor, burnished bronze and boiled red leather.
We go back to what remains of our great legion. We attempt to finish what I have started here with the time I have left.
Amon stood and held out his hand.
We will finish it together.
We shall,
said Magnus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm lost. I am lost with this orrery. I think I might need to listen to this again. You know, because I'm talking at the same time and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to listen to that part again and try to understand what this orrery really is exactly. Because does this object or whatever it is, does it exist in the warp? Is it something he created in the warp and then he brought it into the materium world, or what? Yeah, I'm not really sure about that, but let's continue.
The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of the infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far.
Magnus was in pieces. His back, shards of bone, broken on the knee of Russ. The 1,000 suns fell to their knees. They felt hollow, their legion on the verge of despair. With his only mangled eye, Magnus looked to Ahriman, his son, and he poured knowledge into him. Ahriman understood exactly what he was trying to do. Prospero began to churn and warp. Reading from the book of Magnus, Ahriman spoke the words without understanding them. The 1,000 suns and Magnus began to glow. The wounded near corpse of Magnus spoke to Russ, telling him, "You are a sword in the wrong hands. You have severed an innocent neck." And then they were gone. All of them. The 1,000 suns had vanished. The feelings of a sickening vertigo pulsed through Magnus and the 15th Legion, as time and reality shifted over them and through them. They awoke to a place of black sand, boiling skies of strange colours and clouds. Jagged peaks soared all around them, with 9 unnatural suns that illuminated this strange place.
9? Whoa.
A consciousness awoke. It was Magnus. He found himself in a broken parody of his once home of Tizca, his now prison, a Primarch and a Legion in exile, in the warp. Lorgar Aurelian spoke to him, his brother, the Primarch of the Word Bearers, and now servant of Chaos. Projecting his form to this ruined city of light, the two strode in the recreation of the Gallery of Pergamum, once home to millions of techs on Tizca, but it was now a broken, half-completed ruin, a shadow of its former self. Magnus had only managed to bring a portion of it with him, much like himself. The Crimson King spoke to his brother. They had once been close. Lorgar pleaded with him to join with Horus and the primordial truth, the gods of chaos, the ones who Magnus had always known about, even in his youth, the secret that he had kept, the forces that he had bargained with, the ones he knew were real. The Pantheon could help him. Their victory was inevitable. This war, this Horus heresy that now spread death and destruction across the galaxy, would destroy the Emperor. Why cling to this pathetic existence when he could be a god in waiting? Magnus rejected him. The wolves had destroyed his home, but he would not serve Horus. He wouldn't serve anyone. Lorgar was banished, his glittering psychic projection snuffed from the ruins of the City of Light. A nearly exterminated legion gathered in the ruins of this new home, taking residence in the strange reflection of the towers that had once been theirs on true Prospero. All sorts of creatures and monsters of the warp began to inhabit the outskirts of this strange place. Assembling before their lord, the Legion could see it. Magnus was not himself. Leman Russ, the Wolf King, had not just shattered his spine, but he had broken Magnus's soul. Shards, each a piece of one greater whole, had been spread across the galaxy in time. Azek Ahriman and Ammon met with their lord in the ruins of his tower. It was a mix of emotions to see him. Prospero had fallen because of his mistakes. He had let so many of them die, but it was him who had made the pact over 2 centuries ago to save them from the flesh change. He went out to battle Russ, knowing it was his death, and he did it for them. Ahriman looked to this incorporeal shard of Magnus and felt sorrow. Behind him were duplicates, psychic scribes, writing down every scrap of knowledge he had left in his disjointed memory. It was his last gift to humanity, to restore what he could of Tizca's great libraries, something for the generations to come to use, to push humanity towards their great future. The loss of Prospero, not just to Magnus, but to humanity, was monumental. The guilt at that, and yet also the anger at the sight of the wolves burning it, would not fade. But worst of all, this shard, all of them, were dying. Magnus was dying. The 1,000 sons, Ahriman, Ammon, Hathor Mat, and the others could see their lord had resigned himself to death. And with the now return of the flesh change emerging in their ranks, they had to do something. Magnus was broken. He knew it. He had given up. But they had not. Not yet. Assembling the ranks of the Legion, they gathered in the plains of this strange world, bearing witness to the ghostly echoes of the burning of Prospero. witnessing again the truly visceral mortal blow by the Wolf King on an apparition of Magnus, witnessing the shattering of his soul into shards, and divining the locations of them across space and time. The thousand suns scattered, they would rebuild their Primarch, their home, and legion, even if the rest of the galaxy was burning. Inside the City of Light, the Shard of Magnus, the Legion knew of, met with his friend Ammon. Ammon trying to convince his lord not to give up. The devotion of his friend, the effort of his sons across the galaxy warmed Magnus's heart.
And now that I think about it, I think also Jagatai Khan, when he came to Prospero, he also, talked to one of the Shards of Magnus, if I'm not mistaken, right? And he destroyed that shard. Of course, by the request of Magnus, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay.
Ammon was right. They had been here for months, years. Time was not a certain thing on this world. They, like in Magnus's childhood, once again lifted themselves into the warp. They spoke of rebuilding. Together they would make an orrery of all of Prospero's knowledge and remake the Legion. They swam the great ocean, free from physical restraint and limit. It felt good. The Shard of Magnus, for the first time since Prospero's burning, felt alive again, with purpose. Ammon felt tears of joy to see his Primarch, so invigorated, until the words slipped out. Uthazar, is that you? Confusion rippled in Magnus's aura. Magnus felt anger ripple within him. He didn't understand his surroundings. He was confused. Ammon tried to answer his questions, but each answer only hurt him more. He demanded that they return to Prospero. Sorrow fell over Ammon. More than Magnus's soul had been shattered, his mind had been too. Confusion, panic, and grief spilled from the shard of the once great Crimson King. He fled from his loyal son, further into the darkest corners of the warp. Months, years, Ammon did not know. The echoing of Magnus traversed further into the depths of the warp, seeing untold horrors and wonders. The trail brought him glimpses of his lord. Each time it was only a pitiful creature that screamed and lamented on his arrogance, of how he had killed his own sons. Finally, across a river of souls, Ammon waded through, finding a hunched, blind figure upon the other side. Magnus, the Shard of Magnus. Time seemed to have diminished all of his features. Time in this place changed with almost every step. Untold millennia had passed for his lord. Ammon couldn't even fathom how long. What had this Magnus seen and done? Gone was the prideful, curious, ambitious nature Ammon had always known. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all of its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance, in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The mind of Magnus, powerful, infinitely complex, and truly beyond a mortal man's perceptions. His mind could correlate all of its contents. It could not retreat to the safety of ignorance. He couldn't forget, unlearn, or be at peace, be free from guilt or shame. Ammon realized now how little he truly understood of his lord. Perhaps feeling pity for the prison that really was Magnus's mind. It was heartbreaking to see the Crimson King, Magnus the Red, the man who had fought so hard for the future of humanity, so broken. It washed away all the resentment Ammon had carried for Nikea and Prospero. Wisdom, the one piece missing for every decision he had ever made. The demons pact, Nikea, the breaking of Terra's wards, the burning of Prospero. All consequences of a man with power, but no wisdom to temper it. But time had given it to him now, the ultimate perspective. The shard told Ammon he was not sure he could be the Magnus he had once been, but he finally agreed to return with Ammon.
Man, this entire situation also sounds like Lionel Johnson. You know? Really, like when he came back, he was a changed man. Also physically and mentally, just like Magnus, he was a changed man. However, this is not the complete Magnus, it's just a shard of him. Meaning there's still other shards that have got different experiences, that have gone through different situations. And, you know, until they all come back together into one Magnus, we will never truly know what this Magnus would truly be. Yeah.
Scattered across space and time, more and more of the Shards of Magnus were found. Below the ruins of true Prospero, a brother, Jagatai Khan, spoke with a splinter of his brother's soul. Ahriman and his cabal, who traversed time, all the way to Terra during the early Great Crusade, found a shard inside the ruins of old Earth. A perilous journey made in pacts with creatures and demons. Upon the peak of Agru, the place Magnus had sealed during the Great Crusade, a shard battled the force of the walls of Fenris. Inside the ashes of an urn, saved from Prospero's destruction, lay hidden a piece of that greater whole. Upon Terra, right inside the Imperial dungeon, Malkador the Sigillite found another broken shard of the Crimson King. The warrior, diplomat, the vengeful, the sorcerer, the curious. Not just his body and soul were broken. The very aspects of Magnus himself had been scattered, personified into singular characteristics that had made the man. For years, with the Horus heresy raging on, Magnus and the Thousand Sons were in exile, not truly taking a side, but that time was coming to an end. They could feel it. Unity was coming to the fragments, a time where they would soon be whole. With multiple shards in the Legion's hands, they headed to the location of their next peace, a world that was a scar in the mind of Magnus and the heart of the Thousand Sons, Nikea. Nikea, the world that bore the Legion's greatest shame, the place where Magnus had failed to save the use of psychic powers through the Librarius, all because the truth had been revealed, that prideful Magnus had ventured into places he was warned not to explore. And if a Primarch could break the Emperor's trust, how could others be allowed the chance?
But I'm sure this place must be, you know, empty. Must be empty. I don't think there's anyone around anymore. And now that the civil war is raging on, I'm sure a lot of resources have been directed into the defense of the Imperium of Man or supporting the heresy. So, yeah, I don't think anyone is here anymore. They'll probably just see ghosts and just remember what happened here.
The Shard of Magnus with Ammon upon the planet of Sorcerers, one within Ahriman himself.
Sorceress.
Collected from Terra, the Chief Librarian and his cabal journey to find another within the glittering caves and Colosseum of Nikea. But they were not alone. The Imperium had gotten there first. A force of Malkador's knights errant and a squad of Space Wolves had come to contest the Thousand Sons, fearing what a reborn Crimson King would become and which side he would choose.
Damn, Malkador, really? I thought that no one was going to be here. I really thought no one was going to be here, but here you are, with 6th Legion Space Wolves. Wow. Yeah, no.
The Horus heresy burned the galaxy. Ahriman felt the power of this place, the shard within him resonating. Ahriman was desperate to release the shard from within. The moments of their joining had been overwhelming. To see the world as his Primarch did, the flood of information and detail, the kaleidoscope of colour and noise. No wonder Magnus was seen as a demigod. Across the plateau, the place where Magnus had once delivered his speech of enlightenment, the two forces met, the chasm between them unreconcilable. Magnus and the Thousand Sons, renegades in the middle of the Horus heresy. They had sipped from the poisoned chalice, dabbled in sorcery, but yet had not sided with Horus and the primordial annihilator. The agent of the Knights Errant and the Space Wolf squad squared up against them, having brought their own bound Shards of Magnus to battle the Thousand Sons. The conflict broke out, as once again Space Wolves battled Thousand Sons, like music rhyming with the destruction of lost Prospero. Blood and bone crashed upon the basalt floor of the volcanic Colosseum, until the bound Shard of Magnus the Imperials had brought was freed. The possessed human lifted into the air, the power of a Primarch and his turbulent natures fighting within him. The arena began to warp and change. Spikes of rock and crystal jutted from the ground and exploded around them, forming a dark mirror version of the architecture on Prospero. The veil had been breached, and the influence of the warp began to flow around them. A kaleidoscope of colour and power weaved around the dark crystal labyrinth. Demons from the warp haunted and whispered in the reflections and shadows. Towards the centre, again the two forces clashed, finding a towering projection of Magnus the Red, the Shard of Nikea, his very essence being devoured by the warp and demons at his feet. Was he letting himself die willingly? Ahriman did not know. Sacrificing one of his brothers, Hathor Mat, an act that disgusted his fellow Thousand Sons. They broke through towards the central chamber. Past the demons, Ahriman lifted up to face his lord, but was confronted by the possessed human Magnus, blocking him from the Nikean shard. Venom and bile was spat from this possessed Magnus. It was the worst of the Primarch, his pride, arrogance and cruelty in one being. The shard within Ahriman rose up to fight, fully possessing Azek Ahriman. Two beings, both Magnus the Red, and yet both not.
Man, this is all trippy. This is all very trippy. Yeah, well, I understand what's going on. I do. But yeah, wow. These shards, their capabilities, it's quite interesting. Yeah, no, Magnus was really powerful. Really, really powerful.
Each aspect of his soul, his personality, warrior, scholar, loyalist, traitor, it all clashed together. In a torrent of psychic storm and fire, the Magnus-possessed Ahriman got the upper hand and dragged the shards of his soul out of the possessed human. More whole than he had been in years, this Magnus the Red felt a clarity of sight and purpose that he had been missing, and bonded with the Nikean shard, transported back to the planet of sorcerers, leaving the wolves behind.
But now what about the shard that was on sorcerers with Ammon, sorry. What about that shard? Because I think that shard is very important. That's the shard that, has matured and has, understood through time of its mistakes and what it has done wrong, in the past. We need that shard.
Daemon brought the shards back to Ammon, upon a throne, with what was left of the body of the old Magnus. The shards began to flow back into their vessel. Once corpse-like skin began to return to crimson bronze. Muscles swelled with growth, golden armor washed away rust and gleamed brilliant and awe-inspiring. A scarlet mane of hair returned as one glittering eye opened once again. Magnus the Red was reborn. The 1,000 Suns staggered. The sight of their lord reborn, a gift amongst all they had lost. They loved him, their teacher, savior, and father, and yet a part of them hated him, the architect of their downfall, the destruction of their home. But they wouldn't lose any more. With the Crimson King restored, they would be reborn. With a clarity like a fresh breath, Magnus looked upon the sons that had saved him. He loved them. He had seen everything they had sacrificed for him and knew he could never repay it. Not truly. Crowned in fire, he declared to them all that he would fight for them, not the Emperor, not Horus.
Yes, but what does that mean? Come on, tell us more details.
They would break into the Imperial Palace and claim the soul shard that lay upon Terra, and then they would rebuild and create the future of enlightenment. The 1,000 Suns screamed until their throats were raw for their lord, their Primarch, their Crimson King. Unleashing their moorings from the planet of sorcerers, Magnus and the surviving 1,000 Suns plunged their way towards the throne room. The galaxy was a very different place the last time the Legion had lived in the physical realm. It burned with the scars of years of Horus's betrayal. Many times had Lorgar attempted to bring Magnus to the gods of chaos, but he arrived not as a servant, but still his arms were welcomed by the Warmaster, Horus, the true architect of the Burning of Prospero. But what could Magnus do against him now? He was a monster, elevated to a near equal of the Emperor's power, truly corrupted by the gods of the realm of madness. None of his brothers were the same. Fulgrim, Angron.
Especially Fulgrim. Have you seen that guy? Have you seen what has happened to him? Oh my gosh.
Horus, Mortarion, and even Perturabo, the Lord of Iron.
Oh yes, don't forget about Mortarion with his moth wings.
The one who had once cradled him upon his near death on Morningstar was nothing but a cold, unfeeling husk of his former self. But yet neither was he the same. Prospero had broken him. The shards of his soul had seen and done things beyond imagination. Even now, partially put back together, he was not whole. He was so far from the hopeful, but yet prideful Magnus of the Great Crusade. Mortarion, one who had spoken so vehemently against the use of psychic powers at Nikea, was a hulking beast of pus and weeping sores.
And the warp flows through him as well. The very same Mortarion who was against, warp teachings and warp, or should I say, Astartes with warp talents, for instance, the librarians. He was against all of that. But look at him now. Look at him now. He didn't get to this point, simply by his own design. No. He delved into warp arts. He delved into experimenting and communicating with demons.
Magnus comforted his brother, alleviating the pain of his new form, speaking honeyed words, but in truth judging, only here for the prize that lay behind the walls of Terra, a shard of his soul, the only thing in this universe that would make him complete. The siege of Terra had begun, the traitors and loyalist forces clashing in a conflict so violent and hateful it would scar the species forever. Weeks, months of brutal siege warfare, until Magnus finally spotted a weakness in the walls. Keeping the information to themselves, the Legion and Magnus attacked, now invaders on the world that had created them. Fire and smoke rained all around them as they punched into Terra's innermost defenses. But it was a diversion. Under the cover of the battle, Magnus, Ahriman, Aemon, Artahasis, and Menkura travelled deeper into the palace, psychically disguised as the sons of Sanguinius. Through the streets of the imperial capital, they saw the true cost of the war. The ordinary men, women, and children that cowered from the monsters outside the walls. Like on the world of Morningstar, Magnus felt the thoughts and feelings of the people around him. Their fear, their desperation, their hopes, their cries for the Emperor to save them and their families. He saw in this empire of the imperial truth, people praying. The realization of mortality brings out the best and the worst in humanity. But it felt good, in a way, to feel human emotion like this, Magnus thought. He wondered if he may run into the brother he respected, Sanguinius, or the brother he loved, Jagatai Khan. Further they travelled, Magnus feeling the essence of himself close by. The hidden entrance to the Hall of Leng was found, but refugees of this war had huddled all around him in this backwater alley. But before Magnus could unlock the entrance, the dome above him exploded in fire and ordnance. As the rubble came tumbling down towards them, Magnus made his choice. He dropped his disguise. Psychic might blazed from his hands, lifting the fallen rubble. The refugees huddled below the enormous figure as the Crimson King shielded them from death. He saved them. Time was his enemy, but he chose to save them. He couldn't let them die. It was instinct. Maybe he was not what he once was, but he was still human. Inside of him was the Magnus who had earned the title of the Crimson King, the man who had shielded the people on Morningstar from the falling ship. With the people safe, Magnus took his first steps into the Hall of Leng, the ancient tunnels that ran into the depths of the Imperial Palace, created by a mad people in a forgotten age. For miles, him and his sons trudged, until they saw two figures, one robed, hunched man that Magnus recognized instantly. "Welcome home, Magnus," said Malkador the Sigillite.
Uh-oh. The Siege of Terra. Well, it's interesting to hear that Magnus is still there. You know, he's still pretty much Magnus. Yes, there are still shards of him that are missing, but you know, in holistically, it's still Magnus the Red, the one who protects human beings, the one who uses his powers, you know, for the betterment of mankind. He's still there. He's not, you know, totally consumed by hatred or by revenge to the point where anyone else is just an obstacle that needs to be walked over to get to his objective. You know, he's not like his brothers who have been consumed by chaos and you know, who have decided that the only way to end all of this is by completely destroying the Imperium of Man and completely destroying any human being that stands in their way. He's not like them, you know. So yeah, it's good to hear that Magnus is still there. And I thought by now he would have been a Chaos Primarch demon under the command or under the control of Zinch. But I guess that hasn't happened just yet. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about this part with the shards all over the place and, you know, having them to be collected and to be reunited with Magnus's body. And yeah, this entire storyline I don't know anything about. That's why I was lost with the Shards of Magnus and up until right now, to the Siege of Terror, I'm still kind of lost. That's what I'm saying. I might have to listen to all of this again, just to fully understand what's going on. Yeah.
Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not. But an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves a mind open to certainty, and unwavering certainty is our greatest enemy. Always question, and always be open to different ways of thinking, other ways of untangling the knot.
Magnus expected to see hate in his brother's eyes, but he only saw great sadness. In times of old, he might have embraced his brother in a clatter of warplate.
Is that Vulcan? Yeah, I think it's Vulcan, okay.
Made some aloof comment on his dull pragmatism, or counselled him to lift his gaze from the forge fire once in a while. But these were not times of old. They were new days of war and death. What could he say to a brother who thought him a monster?
I have a memory.
He began, his voice as cracked and broken as his soul.
A faded scrap of a memory, but a memory nonetheless. I stood vigil over your body with one of your sons. I do not know his name, but he held fast to his belief that you would walk among us again. I saw a white flame eternal, a mountain of black smoke and world-ending fire. I did not know what it meant at the time.
That son was Artellus Numion,
said Vulcan.
It is only thanks to his courage and faith that I live again. And it was thanks to you he was able to bring me home to Nocturne.
I don't remember that. Not fully. But I saw your corpse, cold and lifeless. How is it that you are alive?
In truth, I do not know. The ancient fire priests of Nocturne would say that the Ur-dregs who dwell in the world of my birth brought me back. They would say the great dregs breathed the unbound flame into my soul and ignited the fire in my heart once more.
Magnus smiled at Vulcan's words and cast his gaze around the vast cavern.
I admire the poetic turn of phrase, but this is the world of your birth. Of all our births.
Our father crafted the iron of my soul and the stone of my flesh here, but it was Nocturne that made me. Just as Prospero made you.
Vulcan took a step closer, and Magnus tensed, but his brother's intent was not violence.
The Imperium is sundered by the flames of war, and nothing ever returns from the fire unchanged. No matter the outcome of the fighting above, the Imperium will never be the same again.
Magnus nodded.
I am no master of hearth and forge like you, brother, but the fire strengthens some things, does it not?
In the hands of a skilled smiter, aye, it can.
Agreed Vulcan.
But the fires burning all across Terra are those of a blind apprentice. Nothing good will come of it.
Warming to his theme, Magnus said,
The transformative nature of fire, though clearly destructive, is often a necessary precursor to change. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, that will be a good thing. The enemy of progress is stasis, and all things have in their nature a tendency towards complexity. That tendency has carried the universe from almost perfect simplicity to the level of magnificence we see all around us.
But, even in terms of the universe and its change, it's not completely chaotic. There is change, but it is within a controlled manner of existence. But now when you look at the Imperium of Man and what's happening here, this change is irreparable. It's total. It's empire ending, not empire changing. This change, this fire, is consuming the Imperium of Man in ways that the Age of Strife maybe could only imagine. You know? It's really going to destroy the Imperium of Man as we know it. And set us back, not move us forward, not give us a different path to advancement and enlightenment as you might want to see it. It's going to take us back. And we're going to be stuck in stagnation for the next 10 millennia. Yeah.
Always the teacher,
said Vulcan with a wry smile. It was a rare enough thing that Magnus felt the rest of his metaphysical argument dissipate entirely. But as pleasant as it was to stand face to face with his brother, Magnus knew he was an unwelcome visitor in his father's great sanctum. He was diminished, but Vulcan, for all that he had apparently died, seemed mightier than ever.
Do you intend to stop me?
that depends, brother. Do you still intend to cast that spear of yours?
Magnus looked down at the spear, and his form twisted, transforming from a weapon of war to the crook-topped staff of a master of Prospero's fellowships.
I don't know anymore. When I followed Revelation, I was singular in my purpose, but now I have wandered far, but I am more lost than ever before.
You are not lost, my son. You are exactly where you need to be.
Magnus looked into his father's eyes as they opened in golden fire. Tizca. Magnus drew in a breath as he beheld the City of Light in all its glory. Flashes of sunlight glittered like noonday stars from the polished glass of the Great Pyramids. The sky was the perfect shade of cornflower blue, and the scent of the recent summer rain was like honeydew.
Is this an illusion that's created by the Emperor? No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's painful. That's painful memories right there. Emperor, if you're the one who's showing this illusion of Tizca, no. It's not right. This is not that time to do that. No.
Clouds ran in thin lines of purple over the mountainous horizon. Tears came to him, and he let them flow for the loss of his homeworld.
It was so beautiful,
he said, sensing an unmistakable presence behind him.
It was. I remember the day I first set foot on Prospero. You had made a paradise here, my son.
The only paradise is a paradise lost. It exists now only in my memory, for the reality of what has become of Tizca is too painful.
His father nodded.
A wise man once said that as memory may be a paradise from which we cannot be driven, it may also be a hell from which we cannot escape.
Magnus turned to his father, seeing him clad all in gold, his armor too brilliant to look upon. At first glance, it could be mistaken for something ceremonial, its every plate engraved and etched with Baroque carvings, studded with polished gemstones, and its every fluted edge worked with the most intricate of details. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this armor had seen fierce battle, bore the impact of many weapons, and was stained with the blood of countless foes. He shone with an inner light that Magnus well remembered from that first meeting, when they had embraced beneath the fire of the Pyrrhae Fellowship Pyramid.
I came to kill you.
I know. Is that still your intent?
I no longer understand what my intent is. The variables at play in the galaxy defy any of the formulae I might divine. Even the Order of Ruin would fail to see a path in this dark forest.
Then allow me to show you a possible path,
said the Emperor. His father set off along one of the side streets, Running towards the Ocularium Square, they pass an ornamental garden of psychically sculpted topiary, in which scholars led discussion groups. Couples read together in comfortable silence, and laughing children passed a ball between them, using only the power of their minds.
You know, I don't know about Magnus, but I just would not feel right walking around a place like this that is gone. There's just too much painful memories, you know, because Magnus felt his people die. He felt his entire city burning as the Astartes and Custodians and the Sisters of Silence and whoever else was part of this censure host just trample over everything, destroy everything. And now the Emperor is making this illusion of it, how it used to be, you know, how Tesca used to be, how the planet of Prospero used to be. I don't know, I wouldn't feel right going through that type of pain. Yeah. But if Magnus is fine, then I guess it's okay.
The people of Tisga walked around them, as clean-limbed and beautiful as he remembered them, robed in many colours, with great minds and inquisitive natures. It was almost too much to bear.
Why did you bring me here?
I did not. You did.
That's not what I meant. Why did you bring me here to stand before you? If Malkador wasn't lying, then you wanted me here, right now, in front of you.
His father nodded.
Malkador spoke true. It was the last thing he did.
Magnus hung his head in shame.
I did not mean to kill him.
I know, but his death was a sacrifice he knew he might be asked to make. He knew that and accepted it. Another death in a grand procession of them, painful in its own way.
Wait, I don't understand. What? Magnus killed Malkador, the Sigillite? Didn't he die on the Golden Throne? I'm not trying to understand. Wait, let's... Guys, I usually don't do this, but I need to go back and properly listen to the Emperor and Magnus, what they're saying. Sorry. Let's just go back a bit. Okay, no, this is a bit too far. Yeah, alright.
Tisga is too painful.
His father nodded.
A wise man once said that as memory may be a paradise from which we cannot be driven, it may also be a hell from which we cannot escape.
Magnus turned to his father, seeing him clad all in gold, his armor too brilliant to look upon. At first glance, it could be mistaken for something ceremonial, its every plate engraved and etched with Baroque carvings, studded with polished gemstones, and its every fluted edge worked with the most intricate of details. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this armor had seen fierce battle, bore the impact of many weapons, and was stained with the blood of countless foes. He shone with an inner light that Magnus well remembered from that first meeting, when they had embraced beneath the fire of the Pyrie Fellowship Pyramid.
I came to kill you.
I know. Is that still your intent?
I no longer understand what my intent is. The variables at play in the galaxy defy any of the formulae I might divine. Even the Order of Ruin would fail to see a path in this dark forest.
Then allow me to show you a possible path,
said the Emperor. His father set off along one of the side streets, running towards the Ocularium Square. They pass an ornamental garden of psychically sculpted topiary, in which scholars led discussion groups. Couples read together in comfortable silence, and laughing children passed a ball between them, using only the power of their minds. The people of Tisga walked around them, as clean-limbed and beautiful as he remembered them, robed in many colours, with great minds and inquisitive natures. It was almost too much to bear.
Why did you bring me here?
I did not. You did.
That's not what I meant. Why did you bring me here to stand before you? If Malkador wasn't lying, then you wanted me here, right now, in front of you.
His father nodded.
Malkador spoke true. It was the last thing he did.
Magnus hung his head in shame.
I did not mean to kill him.
I know, but his death was a sacrifice he knew he might be asked to make. He knew.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, but I'll just accept that, Magnus killed Malkador. For now. Yeah, I need to resolve this confusion that I have here.
That and accepted it. Another death in a grand procession of them. Painful in its own way. For he and I have shared a journey longer than most men or gods can dare reckon. Yet, in the macro of what our species faces, his death is irrelevant.
I always forget how cold you can be.
It is not coldness. It is reality. What might be gained by his sacrifice will be of far greater worth than a single life. 1,000 lives would still be a price worth paying for what you and I might achieve.
You and I?
And the promise of that word was the first light of dawn.
I don't understand.
I wanted you here before me, so there would be no mistakes, no misunderstandings, and no way for the ruinous powers set against me to twist my words or intent. I wanted you here before me, so you could look me in the eye and understand the truth of what I offer.
Magnus's breath was caught in his throat. His father turned to face him, and Magnus met his terrible gaze, feeling the inhuman power that lay at his heart. It was power that could strip a man down to atoms in a heartbeat and breathe him anew with an exhalation. That power had endured uncounted millennia, growing with every passing century and honing its edge for the age in which it was needed.
And what is it you offer?
The chance to stand at my side once again. Forgiveness.
He killed him. Malkador, the Sigillite, right hand of the Emperor, and Magnus's once tutor. In the Hall of Leng, the Sigillite met with Magnus and his sons. No custodians, no sisters of battle, no hostility. They barbed and jousted with their words. Had Magnus just come for the soul shards, or perhaps in his heart, vengeance for Prospero? Would that be unjustified? He had tried to save Horus, tried to warn the Emperor and save the Imperium, only for his world to be burned. The wealth and knowledge of Tizca that he had spent lifetimes building destroyed. So much lost forever. Horus was the architect. Malkador spat back. Blood was on his hands, but the image of the wolves destroying everything he loved. They were the Emperor's executioners. What did they think would happen when they sent them?
True, very true. That's the very same question I was asking, before about the Emperor's decision about sending the 6th Legion to go and arrest Magnus the Red on Prospero. I asked the same question. Why are you sending this Legion in particular for this mission? Why?
He didn't deserve it. He had done nothing wrong. Malkador told him he was right to feel sorrow for all he had suffered, but he was not faultless. His actions had broken the psychic wards in the webway below Terra, his folly. But this path he walked was not too far trodden to return from. Looking around him, Magnus saw 20 temples, sized to the proportion of Primarchs. It would have been their homes, for a life lived on terror, a place for a father and his sons. The shard of himself had been here. He could feel it, the touch of distant memory caressing his mind. He is the best part of me, the shard of his nobility, the part that had cried for humanity on Morningstar long ago. But he was wrong. Malcador told him that the shard was just a part of him, of all of the shards that had formed this complete being before him. There were not aspects, not divided personalities, just pieces, just him. Magnus gripped Malcador by the throat. His blood roared with rage. No, it could not be. He felt its goodness, its purity. Magnus needed him. Without him, he was no better than a beast. He was no better than he was now, a creature of pride, hate, and rage. He would not be like his fallen brothers. He could be whole. He is gone, Malcador rasped out, beyond even your reach. The Crimson King howled in rage as Malcador burned alive in his grip. Nothing but a charred skeleton remained. No, it could not be.
I'm sure this Malcador was a clone. I don't think it's I don't think it's the Malcador that was sitting on the golden throne, you know, while the Emperor went to go fight against Horus Lupercal on his vessel. Yeah, I think this is a clone of some sort, or an illusion that Malcador has created. Yeah, I don't think that's him.
All he had done, the blood and death, the mistakes, he had justified them, allaying the guilt at the feet of the separate parts of himself, the shards. Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not, but an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves a mind open to certainty, and unwavering certainty is our greatest enemy. He was Magnus the Red, Crimson King, Primarch of the 15th. He has studied more, seen more, and endured more than any. How could those mistakes be his fault? He should be beyond them. Staring out of his chambers to witness the burning of Prospero, feeling immense guilt for failure, almost broke him. He would not return to that. His mind couldn't shatter the idea of who he was. It would break him. Anger washed over Magnus. He was angry at himself, Horus, and the Emperor. His soul shard was lost, but they would not retreat when so deep inside the Imperial Palace. They would cut off the head. They would kill the Emperor. Through the innermost sanctums, Magnus and his sons raced, nothing but vengeance on his mind. A clouding red mist that needed to be sated, needed to be justified. Closer Magnus delved, until in a room of antiques of old Earth, a psychic apparition of the Emperor appeared. Revelation. Magnus was welcomed through, directly into the throne room. He was on guard, standoffish, but then he saw it. He saw him, locked upon a titanic throne of gold and silver, a figure clad in brilliant Oramite armor. Amber light glowed from him, swirling around the archaic device he sat upon. With his sons holding ground below, Magnus made his long approach up the enormous staircase towards his father. A procession of resentment, bitterness, and anger swelling within each step he took.
Where are the custodians? They're supposed to be here. At least 5 or 6 or 7 of them should be here protecting the Emperor. I know majority of them are still fighting in the webway, but honestly, really? Where's the Captain General? Where's Vulcan? Hey.
He looked upon his father's face, strained and locked within concentration. It had been decades since they had been this close, since they had bathed in the power of each other's presence. Magnus thought of Prospero, of his decimated home and legion, the outlawing of psychic powers at Nikea, the father who shared nothing of his plans and schemes, and ignorance whose very consequences had made him suffer so greatly. He raised his arm, forming a harpoon-like spear of power. His hands trembled. He hated him, and yet he loved him. The man who he had admired the most, the man he had always hoped would be proud of him, the man who had caused him so much pain. "I loved you like no other," he whispered. He hesitated. Tears stung his eye. Why had it come to this? Behind the throne, an enormous figure leapt forward, landing in front of the Emperor, a man that matched the size of Magnus, donned in green battle plate. Vulcan.
There you are. I've been wondering, where are you? But okay, you're here. Where are the custodians? This should not be possible. Where Magnus can just, activate and have a blade in his hand, and there's no one of his personal guard to come and defend him. It has to be one of the sons. Hey.
Time moved at a fractional pace as the three demigod beings stood atop the golden throne. It was as if the galaxy spun around this very moment. At the stairs, a force of space wolves and salamanders engaged with Ahriman, Aemon, and the other 1,000 sons, but the three paid no heed to the battle below. Brother. The word hit like a gut punch. Magnus and Vulcan both understood together just how much that word had changed, how much it hurt, and warmed them too. It was not hate that Magnus saw in Vulcan's ember-red eyes, but sorrow. The brother who had always looked to the sky, and the brother whose gaze was always locked upon the earth. It felt good to converse with a brother again. Vulcan words pulling at the humanity that still resided within Magnus. He was confused. What did he want? He had been blinded by hurt and anger for so long that he hadn't truly thought of what the future looked like, what he wanted to rebuild. What did that vision entail, truly? Finally, those golden eyes opened as his father, the Emperor of mankind, finally spoke directly to his son, free from the influence of chaos that had been manipulating Magnus for years. They connected psychically. A vision of Prospero coalesced into view, its very sight a knot on Magnus's heart. Oh, how he missed his world, lamenting of the magnitude of what was lost as it had burned. Magnus realized now that he had been allowed inside the Imperial Palace, allowed into the Golden Throne Room. Even the death of Malkador was in sacrifice to it.
Yeah, because really, you would expect Malkador to fight, to defend himself, do something. Don't just allow yourself to be, inflamed. And the fact that he could go all the way up to the throne room, or all the way up to the throne itself, and there's no custodians around, it just felt off. It felt very off. And his Astartes are fighting against other Astartes on the ground base of the throne room. Where are the custodians? They should be here. But now I understand that this is all orchestrated by the Emperor to allow Magnus to come through. Hey.
So the Emperor could offer him forgiveness. The Emperor showed him a future, one with Horus at their side, as the Great Crusade reached the edge of the galaxy, a future that never came to pass, and the truth about the vision of Magnus upon the Golden Throne. How it was no prison, but a manipulation of the demon on Prospero. It was a future of enlightenment, where humanity was victorious, and once again we returned to a golden era. Magnus wanted it, the redemption, the forgiveness, the absolvement of his sins, but something gnawed at him. There's a price, isn't there? Wisdom. Magnus had finally learnt that such offers do not come free, and the price would be a new legion of warriors greater than any living now, a legion for him to replace the old. The 1,000 Suns had to be annihilated. The flesh change. They had been tainted by the warp and could not exist in the new era. How? How could I fight at your side, knowing I had condemned my sons to death? I would look upon these new warriors and see in them the faces of my betrayed legion. What kind of father would I be if I were to forsake them?
You would be like the Emperor. Remember how we spoke about Malkador being just a small little existence in the grander scheme of things? You have to start thinking like him, where your sons are nothing more but tools to be used. Just like you are. Just like you are, Magnus. You have to start thinking like your father. This cold-hearted entity. You know what he is. You gotta start thinking like him, and then you'll understand what's going on with him.
How could you ask this of me? Magnus was furious. His sons, they had suffered Nikea. They had suffered Prospero. And when his body and soul were broken, they had put him back together. How could he forsake them?
And you know what's what's a bit funny here is that even if they should win against the Horus heresy, or should I say the Primarchs that are against the Imperium of Man, the traitor Primarchs, even if they should win against the traitor Primarchs and rebuild the Imperium of Man and complete the conquest of the galaxy, the Emperor is still going to throw them away, the Astartes. Once their job is complete, once the webway has been repaired, they're going to throw them away. The Emperor has no use for these super soldiers, in the webway. That place is meant for humanity. Whatever left of the Astartes will be chucked out, including this new version 2 of the 15th Legion. So basically, Magnus is going to be feeling the pain of losing his sons for a second time, if he should follow down the path of the Emperor and join forces with him again. He's going to lose his sons for a second time. The first time through the flesh change, the second time through the betrayal of the Emperor, as he sees no use for Astartes anymore, after his great plan has succeeded.
They couldn't be saved, according to whom? He could save them. He knew it. Why couldn't he try? Anger and grief annihilated the hope Magnus had just felt. He asked Vulcan, would he sacrifice his sons? The words of Magnus echoed once again. When you love something with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. Liars, all of them. Magnus spat as his jaw clenched with hate. You promise forgiveness, then make its acceptance impossible. Magnus raised his spear as Vulcan brought up his hammer, and once again in this universe of cruelty and heresy, brother fought brother.
I'm with Magnus on this here. I'm with Magnus. I mean, like I said before, in the beginning, when the Emperor presented the 15th Legion to Magnus the Red, he should not have done that. He should not have done that. if he is as efficient and as cold-hearted as I thought he was, really, then he would have eliminated the rest of the 15th Legion and restart the whole process all over again from scratch. He should have done that, but instead he gave the 15th Legion over to his son. That burden of trying to figure out a cure to help his sons was now on him. And that just solidified his love, his respect for his sons. And now the Emperor all of a sudden, no, chuck them out. You can't chuck them out now. He can't chuck them out now. Those are his children. That's why, really, sometimes with the Emperor, you can never understand what is going on in his mind. You just can't. Don't even try it. You'll go mad. Aye.
Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The minds of gods are not for mortals to know or to judge. Accept that Tzeentch has a place for all of us in his grand scheme, and be happy in the part you have to play.
This is what I would have you understand, brother. The Imperium is the lie we tell ourselves to make sense of a reality we fear to face. We tell each other that it is necessary, that we do what must be done, that whatever might replace it would be worse. But look at all that we do not say. Father is a tyrant, and you, out of all of us, should have seen that first. The Imperium is built on the lies of a would-be god and the violence of his crusade. What benevolent monarch instigates a crusade? Under the Emperor, we have perpetuated a holy war that has sucked worlds dry of resources and cost billions upon billions of lives.
Hold on, when did the Emperor say he was benevolent? I don't remember anyone ever claiming that or saying that about him. Never, ever, ever. But continue, Magnus. Yes.
We have spent life like meaningless currency. All because one man said we must. How many cultures have we annihilated, Vulcan? How many have we assimilated and robbed of their vitality, replacing innovation with conformity? How much knowledge have we destroyed because Father decided no one was allowed to learn it?
This is how it got to you, isn't it?
Vulcan knew the answer, even as he asked the question.
The creature that gouged its way inside your soul and laid its eggs there. The thing that pulls on your strings. Did it promise you knowledge? Did it paint the Emperor as the death of enlightenment?
Magnus's expression answered for him. Long red hair fell to frame his face, and the sorcerer brushed it back from his cheeks.
The Imperial truth is a lie. The empire we built cannot be reformed, only overthrown. From violence it was born, and in violence it must end. Don't you see? Once the board is swept clean, we can start again, with our eyes open.
I'm afraid that even you guys have to go. For there to be true change, for humanity to be free, you guys gotta go. The Emperor and all of his Primarchs and the Astartes, you guys all gotta go. You are a blight, a curse. We've tried it. We've tried to try it the Emperor's way, with a sea of blood. The amount of cost, the amount of destruction throughout the galaxy in the name of this great plan for the Emperor, from the Emperor. All that has been lost. We've tried it your way. It didn't work. In fact, it's only emboldened the Chaos Gods. It's given them even more enjoyment, more than ever before. You guys gotta go, all of you. I hear what Magnus is saying, and I agree with majority of what he's saying. But for there to be a complete new change sweeping across the galaxy, you guys have to go. Because any empire that is created from chaos, or any empire that's created from the Emperor, it's still the same mess for us regular human beings. We are the ones who are suffering under the tyranny from both sides. You guys gotta go.
Aware of the truths of the universe.
You make this sound like a principled stand. As if all you have done, all Horus has done, could ever be justified.
Magnus turns to him sharply.
I? What do I have to justify? Each time I was attacked, I defended myself. Each time they tried to silence me, I made sure to speak out. The Imperium lavished punishments upon my legion, draping its hypocrisy over us as a funeral shroud. We fought back.
Vulcan met Magnus's gaze, seeing the ironclad surety there. This was futile. He knew it, yet the words came forth anyway.
Look at the horrors your side has unleashed upon Terra. The massacres, the mutations. Magnus, you are taking part in the extinction of your species. You cannot truly think you have done nothing wrong.
But Vulcan, he's here for his shard. That's what he came here for. He didn't want to come here for this war, really. He's not here for this. He was just joining the traitor Primarchs because they had an avenue for him to finally enter into the palace, because that's where the shard is. He's not really here for fighting. So what are you saying, Vulcan?
Even you, brother. Even you in your arrogance cannot believe this is justified.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary. Without this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination. Existence instead of life. I did not write the laws of our universe, brother. I take no joy in the truth of reality, but I won't hide from it.
Vulcan looked at him as if he spoke in another tongue.
Necessary, you say?
Magnus nodded, and Vulcan continued.
Necessary according to whom? The alien god that exalted you and now demands you commit genocide?
Magnus clenched his teeth, and the world turned. But not far. It turns to reveal Tizca, city of light, metropolis of white pyramids and silver spires. The city was aflame beneath them, burning from the raining hellfire of an imperial fleet. The golden vessel of the Emperor's chosen, sleek black hunting ships of the Sisters of Silence, the many warships in the storm cloud grey of the space wolves.
The raising of Prospero.
There was murder in Magnus's eye, murder and sorrow.
Bear witness to our brother Russ, bringing death to my homeworld and all its people. Tell me, Vulcan, would you have reacted with temperance to this, had it been the destruction of Nocturne?
Vulcan didn't need to stare at the orbital bombardment. He'd read the reports, seen the pics and the footage, and spoken to many of the custodians that took part in the ground assault. Nothing unfolding here was a revelation he wished to experience twice.
Russ was lied to by Horus, deceived into attacking.
I know.
No. 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 Vulcan. Not you. You can't accept that too. You can't accept that he was deceived. Okay, yes. Like the Warmaster did change the orders in saying that no, the planet of Prospero must be destroyed. But I've said this before. The person with the last word in any kind of situation like this, it's the Emperor, not the Warmaster. Why did he take the Warmaster's commands over the Emperor? We cannot absolve him of this catastrophe. We cannot. And just blame it on Horus and say, oh no, because Horus gave him the orders. No. What happened to Prospero was just really, it was a nightmare. It was terrible. To an imperial world. An imperial world that held so much knowledge. All of it gone.
It changes nothing.
But it should. You, who value truth so highly, willingly align yourself with the one that engineered Prospero's death. And when the Space Wolves fleet arrived in your sky, what did you do, Magnus? Did you try to enlighten Russ? Did you use your power to prevent the assault? Or did your belief in your own persecution leave you assuming the worst of the Emperor's intentions? All witness accounts say you languished in your tower, welcoming the destruction as your penance.
That is true.
Until you decided to fight in the final hours when it was far too late to stop the massacre.
Vulcan gestured to the destruction raining from the upper atmosphere. Lance strikes, drop pods, the slower trails of gunships making their descent.
Why would the Emperor order you and your entire legion dead? Did you not stop to wonder at the scale of this misunderstanding?
Magnus laughed at the question, the sound wet and bitter. He gestured away from the burning city, and the world turned, falling away. They were in the webway again, but no longer upon the lost bridge. They drifted through the oval tunnels, following the angles that hurt the human eye. Always ahead of them, an avatar of fire blazed through the tunnels, shattering the wraithbone membranes without heed, blind and deaf to the horde of demons surging in the webway in its wake.
I did this. I thought he wished to punish me for ruining his great work.
For a moment, Magnus paused, gazing at the host of Neverborn, darkening the tunnels, as if seeing them for the first time.
But how was I to know? He refused to tell me of his grand plan. If he had told me...
Vulcan resisted the urge to spit at the sudden foul taste on his tongue.
Again, you see the worst in all others, absolving yourself of blame. Why did you need to know of the great work? You were warned not to toy with the warp. We all were.
That is true. That is true.
But you couldn't resist. You believed that you knew more, that you knew best. And why is it that you alone lament being kept unapprised of Father's plans? Why is Sanguinius not enraged that he never knew of the Webway project? Why am I not enraged that I was kept ignorant of it? Why did you need to know?
Magnus's eye gleamed the reflection of the burning icon ahead. His former self, years before, racing to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, reducing the webway to unsanctified rubble with his passing.
Had I known the truth, I would never have done what I did. Father should have told me.
Vulcan laughed, unable to believe what he was hearing.
How could Father have predicted you would defy his one command? Not only did you use the warp against his orders, you fueled your psychic warning with human sacrifice. How could any of us have known you were capable of such barbarity?
Magnus exhaled.
Yeah, no, Vulcan, he's speaking the truth here too. Yeah.
Slowly, his hands clutching the folds of his toga. He spoke a word of power, and the world turned. They were in the throne room. The blazing avatar had incarnated before the scientists and techno-magicians of the Emperor's secret work. It had forced the webway portal open, making it radiate wounded light. It grew dark with the silhouettes of demons as they drew near. The custodians present, precious few of them, for how could they have anticipated the sudden death of the Emperor's dream? They opened fire on the image of ghostly flame. It ignored their paltry defiance, and it ignored the explosions its arrival had birthed across the great laboratory. It hovered before the Emperor, like some spectre of religious revelation from the ancient tomes, when such things were believed by credulous men.
I had to warn him,
said Magnus, watching the scene.
No, you believed you had to warn him. You believed, as you always believe, that you knew best, that you had to act, that you alone knew what had to be done, and never once did you think, through all this destruction, that there was something deceiving you.
The sorcerer glared at him.
Why do you speak to me as if I were a lowly pawn in this game of regicide? The Warmaster and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board.
Hey. Oh, Magnus. Oh, Magnus.
Vulcan was unmoved by the sorcerer's words, and by the cataclysm playing out before him. His tone was patient, as it had been in the days before the war.
Vanity is what leads you, Magnus. You choke on arrogance, unable to see you are the architect of your own downfall. All the others, all of Horus's broken monsters, at least they can see the bars of their cages. Even Horus, driven out of his mind to serve as a hive for the Pantheon, knows in his soul's core that he has lost control. You are the only one that still believes he is free.
Man. Ooh. Vulcan. Vulcan cooked. Vulcan cooked. You know, he had the answers prepared for each and every single argument Magnus would bring up. Look, I agree with what Magnus was saying in the beginning about the Emperor and his notion of uniting the galaxy under the Imperium of Man, and how much death and destruction and blood and just the killing of so many people. You know, I agree that it was terrible. That this was not something that was going to bring any kind of good will. You can't expect your dreams to come true on the bones of the dead, on the bones of innocent people. It's not going to come true. Whatever you have planned, whatever you have as a dream that you want to achieve, if it's on the blood and the bones of innocent people, it's not going to come true. Never. And this part of him becoming a god, the Emperor becoming a god, yes, I tend to believe that yes, the Emperor really wanted to become some sort of entity like the Chaos Gods. You know, that's his ultimate plan. That's what I think. Yes, he wants to take humanity into the webway where we would become his, servants as we exist in the webway with him. Because this guy doesn't die. He's immortal. He's going to be with us forever. And we're going to be living in his version of a chaos realm in the webway. So I already believe that, yes, the Emperor is simply using his tools as much as possible to achieve his goals. And once we're all in the webway with him there, who knows what's going to happen next to us as humanity. But I agree with what Magnus was saying in the beginning. But then when he started dissecting the mistakes of other people and not of himself. That's when Vulcan was coming in, hit after hit, hit after hit. And I agree with Vulcan. His arrogance, his folly, his pride, his vanity have just exposed him. And his weakness. And really, I must applaud Vulcan. I must really applaud Vulcan with what he's been saying here. But like before, when Petorabo was trying to teach him a lesson, when Malkido the Sigillite and the Emperor have been trying to teach him a lesson, those words are going in one ear and exiting out the other ear. He's not going to listen. He's not going to listen.
Magnus's body was shattered. Nearly every bone was broken, as his once friend and brother Vulcan was on the verge of beating him to death. The two Primarchs dueled like champions of a gladiatorial pit in front of their father, each of them broken and bloodied, as two demigods smashed and stabbed at each other with a speed beyond human perception. Magnus screamed that if I must be damned with my sons, I will be full damned. A battle cry of hate, as Vulcan eventually pummeled and hacked Magnus down until he was nothing but a bloody pile that barely resembled the human form. Vulcan, with pain in his voice, lamented for his brother's choice. It didn't have to be this way. He could have stood at their side again. He could have been his brother again.
But at what cost, Vulcan? It seems to me you also did not listen to what Magnus has been saying. You cannot ask me to sacrifice my sons, those who went through hell and high water to get my shards, to reconstitute my body, to bring me back to life. You can't expect me to betray them. That's not possible. That will never be possible. So whatever Magnus is saying, Magnus, but Vulcan is saying here, that you could have joined us again, it was just not going to be possible, because the Emperor clearly does not understand his son's loyalty and love to his own children. Because Magnus does not see them as tools, like how the Emperor sees everybody else like tools.
Again, the price was too high. Even if they were damned and corrupted, even one was too many. As Magnus lay dying at the feet of Vulcan and his father, his heart full of hate at the man who had given him no true choice at all, he cursed him. Again, since Nikea, Prospero, and now Terror, all he had done was defend himself. A victim of others' choices. An emperor who chose not to share his secrets. A brother who architected Prospero's burning. And another brother who enacted that violence without question. And now a redemption they knew was impossible to take. But something did have a choice for him. A voice crept into the mind of dying Magnus. An offer he had heard many times before. Ascension, enlightenment, a future without restriction like Nikea. A future where the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. And he could have what the Emperor kept from him, the knowledge of the warp that he so selfishly kept to himself. Immortality and power, and a future where his sons could live under the warm embrace of Tzeentch. Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The Emperor wanted stasis, stagnation, and the death of knowledge. He was the enemy of enlightenment. Magnus finally made a choice. His head tilted back as eldritch sapphire light burst from him. Blue and pink fire washed over him as Magnus felt his limbs reknit. Magnus lifted into the air as time and space warped around him, and with a sickening smile, Magnus looked one last time upon the throne room as he ascended into the warp. An apotheosis had washed over Magnus. He felt his body transform. He began to enlarge. He grew hoofed feet, jutting horns, and psychedelic avian wings sprouted from his back. The very power of change rippled through him as warp energy flowed through every fiber and cell. One baleful eye opened that saw into spectrums of light, ley lines of time and formulae he could only dream of before. His mind was different. No, more. It was intoxicating. The power and knowledge at his fingertips. It would all be his. Vengeance, knowledge, power. It all belonged to the greatest being in the universe. Him. If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. No more boundaries. No more a pawn in others' games. The universe and time was his to do with as he wished. And what he desired more than anything now was the fall of the Emperor. Inside the webway, the Daemon Primarch returned. Where once had been the place of his folly, it would now be his greatest triumph. Inside the ruins of an ancient Eldari city, Magnus began to throw a psychic assault upon the Emperor's own psychic barriers. A pressure that weakened the master of mankind as the siege of terror raged on. A challenge that had to be answered. Inside a strange Xenos tower, Magnus saw his brother. The Lord of Drakes, Vulcan, approached. To the loyal son of the Emperor, he saw a face that was a mask of condescending horror.
So I guess this is round 2 of their fight. Okay.
Smug, with amassed knowledge. Cyclopic, fanged, bestial, all nobility gone, leaving an animalistic superiority in its place. Magnus taunted his brother. He read every thought, every tang of pity in Vulcan's mind. But it was Magnus who felt true pity. Oh, how ignorant and blind Vulcan was. How it was a waste to explain fate, destiny, and agency to a being that could not grasp its true intricacies like he had. The clash began, Magnus roaring with laughter as Vulcan tried to match him. Magnus towered over his pathetic brother as psychic fire met great hammer in this ancient city of ruins. Magnus connected with Vulcan's mind one last time, showing him the hypocrisy of the Emperor, the man who had enacted a crusade that had wiped billions from the universe in order to create his imperium of stagnation, that every action he had taken, he was punished for. Nikea, Prospero, his folly were all because the Emperor had hoarded knowledge from him. It was not his fault. Even now his actions were necessary. Necessary according to whom? Magnus had delved too far into the warp because he had to know. He had been warned not to, but he knew better. Oh, the great knowledgeable Magnus didn't think that he could be manipulated, that his judgment surpassed the Emperor, that he could outwit the gods of chaos. He alone was responsible for saving the Imperium and warning the Emperor with methods that were forbidden to him. That when Prospero burned, he believed that his guilt, his punishment was so deserved that he did nothing when the wolves came. He didn't try to reason with Russ or defend his world. He wallowed in his own guilt and didn't raise a finger to spare the others caught up in his self-sacrifice. That when he was offered redemption, he refused it. And in truth, it was not because of his sons, but because he desperately needed to be in control, the one who had the choice. That every failure and mistake, every boundary broken, was not his fault, because the idea of the Great Magnus the Red being responsible was too much to bear. Why do you speak to me as if I were a lonely pawn in this game of regicide? The Warmaster and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board. There it was, the heart of it all, pride and vanity. Magnus was not the man who left the cave and dug the light towards his friends. He was the man too deeply afraid to admit to himself that he was blinded by the sun.
Oh, damn. Hey.
Not wise enough to let his eyes adjust. The true Magnus was dead in Vulcan's eyes, and all that remained was a creature that was the combination of his brother's worst traits, too blind to see the bars of the cage he had put himself in, too ignorant to see that even now the creature he served had taken away his choice. Inside the Webway city, the two brothers clashed. Each time Magnus burst apart, immolated, or suffocated Vulcan, his brother would rise again, an immortal perpetual.
It must be so infuriating, you know. I'm sure Conrad Kurz also was going through the same, motions of irritation, because he was trying to kill this guy so many times. He's been trying to kill him and he just always came back. And now Magnus is going through the same situation where he's killing his brother so many times, and yet he still comes back. Hey, Vulcan.
Another secret kept from him. The Lord of Drakes and the Daemon Primarch battled across the ruins, until upon a bridge, after countless revivals, Vulcan began to tire Magnus out. Still, Magnus threw psychic attacks against the Emperor. Even in the midst of this brutal duel, his true target would suffer. Finally, Vulcan landed his enormous hammer upon the demonic flesh of Magnus. Bones cracked, and eldritch blood poured from Magnus. Fear finally showed upon Magnus's face. He couldn't believe he was losing. He was the Crimson King. He was superior.
How do you believe that when you were defeated by Lehman Russ? How do you still believe that you are superior? Wow, Magnus.
Finally, Magnus saw behind Vulcan's ember eyes the golden light of his father. He heard the thought imprint upon his brother's mind. As the Emperor screamed to kill him now, Magnus began to unmake his brother down to the very atoms.
Whoa, the Emperor's like, kill him now, kill him! Really? Yeah, man, wow. Cold-hearted indeed.
Flesh and bone peeled away. Magnus thought he had won, until Urk-Drakul roared down onto his skull, sundering him from the material universe. Inside the warp, the Daemon Primarch began to coalesce, an immortal existence in this realm of madness. On the planet of sorcerers, a demon Crimson King sits upon his throne. Long has passed since the time of the Horus heresy, the defeat of Horus, and the interment of the corpse emperor upon the golden throne. Gone was the child of terror, son of Prospero, Primarch of the 15th, an arrogant creature with knowledge, but without wisdom remains, and a man who thought he could do no wrong, a pawn of a god of change, and a future of enlightenment for humanity murdered. All of it gone. All is dust.
And to think that Ahriman is the favored, a person by Zinch, and it's not you. It's not you, Magnus. Zinch favors Ahriman more than you. Oh, terrible.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
There's a Patreon called Cadia Doesn't Stand. What in the hell is that? No. Cadia stands. What do you mean Cadia doesn't stand? No. That Patreon needs to be investigated. That Patreon needs to be investigated. Oh. Heresy of the highest order. Alright guys, that is it with Magnus the Red, the Crimson King. Magnus did everything wrong, voice acted, 40k lore, entire character history made on the Amber King YouTube channel, voice acted by Liam Taylor, and it was a request from Kimberly6409. Yeah, Magnus. You know, whether Magnus was manipulated from the very beginning, when his capsule crash landed on Prospero, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that part. Because I think this has just always been a part of his personality, to be this arrogant, to be proud, to be someone who is prepared to go to any lengths to get what he wants. I think this has always been a part of him. I think it's just been bolstered by the people around him, the citizens of Tesca, who worshipped him to a certain degree, who saw him as a powerful being and as a unique person that, requires special attention. He's also been told that he's very powerful, and thus he believes that he can do no wrong. He believes that he's powerful enough to take on, whatever dangers whatever danger might come before him. But because there is a piece of the Emperor inside him, the part of always believing that he is right no matter what, just like the Emperor, they are the same in that type of mindset. So I don't really want to say that this is all the doing of the Chaos Gods that resulted in Magnus the Red becoming the person that he is. Remember that all the Primarchs, they all have the genetic code of the Emperor. They all have a piece of him inside them, just like a piece of the Chaos Gods' energy are in each and every single one of them. So, like I've stated here, with Magnus the Red always thinking and believing that he is right, that stems directly from the Emperor. And from that attitude, it stems outward to other forms of frailties of Magnus the Red, where his folly comes into existence, his arrogance, his pride, his vanity of himself also stems all the way from that point where he believes that he's right, where he believes he can do no wrong, just like the Emperor. So, yes, Magnus did not listen. He did not listen to anybody, not to his foster father, Aemon, when Aemon told him about the Chaos Gods and the type of dealings that you could have with them are detrimental to you. He did not listen. He did not listen to the Emperor and to Malkidor the Sigillite when they were also telling him about the dangers of the warp. He did not listen to Perturabo when he repeatedly stated that, you know what Father told us about the warp, and yet you continue to do what you've been told not to do. And then, of course, he did not listen to Ahriman. Ahriman, who's also been stating that, you have been going into the warp and you lied to the Emperor about it. And then, of course, we have here Vulcan, who's also been stating to him that everybody has been telling you countless times, don't do this, don't go there, but you continue to go there because you believed that you know best, that you know better than anyone else about the warp, and that you are right. So yes, Magnus, this is all your fault. Still, it's all your fault. And, when he was talking about the Emperor being a tyrant, the Emperor, creating them for war and the destruction of so many civilizations across the galaxy, I agree with him. I agree with him on those points where he was talking about how the Emperor uses them as weapons, as tools of war. I agree 100%. That's what you are. That's what you've always been. That's how he sees you. He may not tell it to you straight in the face, but that's how he is. Like how he talks about Malkidor the Sigillite, his closest friend, the person that's been with him since day one. From the get-go, he's been there with him. when he decided that he wanted to create this Imperium of Man, or pull humanity out of the gutters and into the Imperium of Man. He's been there since day one. But you saw how he talks about his friend, cold-hearted. Nothing more but a blimp in his great plans for humanity. That's the man he is. That's the Emperor of Mankind. And I agree with what Magnus the Red was saying about him. And I also understand why Magnus would not take that chance for redemption from the Emperor. Because like I've stated before, he loves his sons. Yes, there might also be other ulterior motives, for not accepting being given a second chance, so that he believes that he's always right, or that he is in control of his own destiny, or any other sort of explanation. But for me, the main reason why he did not accept it is because he loves his sons, and he would not betray them. He would not kill them so that he can be on the side of the Emperor. I believe that he didn't take that chance because he wanted to protect his sons. The sons that built him back together again. And the Emperor does not understand that. He does not understand that type of love. And also I must commend Vulcan for, explaining to Magnus the Red of his mistakes, of his actions that have led to the catastrophe of Prospero, that had led to the catastrophe of the 15th Legion and of himself. But if there's one thing that I will always be irritated about, right, is when for some reason we are not blaming Leman Russ for his actions. We are not saying anything about his actions. We are going to blame Horus Lupercal for everything. That he's the one who gave the orders to Leman Russ to destroy Prospero. When Leman Russ should understand this already, that the person with the last word is the Emperor, nobody else. If the Emperor says do this, you do this. You don't say, but the Warmaster told me I must do that. Who is the Warmaster compared to the Emperor? Who is he? He is no one. So really, when Vulcan was trying to explain that part, to me it just left a bitter taste in my mouth, because I'm not going to let Leman Russ off the hook for this entire situation with Prospero. He didn't have to destroy that planet. And even if he got those orders from Horus Lupercal that the planet must be destroyed, he didn't have to go that far. Honestly, he just didn't. But because of his own ambitions, because of his own frailties as a Primarch, his weaknesses, his urge for revenge against his brother for what they did, for the 15th Legion, for what they did to his 6th Legion Space Wolves. That's what drove him to destroy that planet. That's what drove him to destroy the 15th Legion and to break the back of his brother. It's not only because Horus Lupercal gave him the permission. It's what he's always wanted. So I'm not going to let go, in terms of who's responsible in this situation. I'm not just going to blame it on Horus Lupercal. It's also Leman Russ's fault on this matter. And the fact that he was not punished is also just so very strange to me. Very strange. But anyways, we continue. I don't know what happened to Ammon, but I really wanted Ammon to die on Prospero. I really wanted Ammon to finally rest and to be with his people wherever they may end up in the warp. I don't know. but I didn't want him to continue existing in this sad situation. So I'm kind of curious to know about Amon and what happened to him. I know Isaac Araman, of course, like I've said before, he's favored by Zinch, and he's, a very powerful individual with the grimoires of Magnus the Red in his possession. So he must be an extremely powerful Chaos Astartes. And when it came to, let me just see here, the Shards of Magnus, I wonder, are all the Shards of Magnus now collected? I know there's one that's still missing. Because that's what Makidor the Sigillite was talking about. But yeah, will bringing back all the Shards of Magnus, bring him back to the good side, if I can say that. I'm wondering about that, because I know now he's completely devoted to the Chaos Gods, especially Zinj. But if there's a possibility to bring back all the Shards, will Magnus return, and no longer be under the control or under the thrall of the Chaos God Zinch? I'm just wondering about that. But yes, Magnus, he did a lot of mistakes, a lot of terrible and deplorable mistakes, especially with his own people, using them for power. Really, he did terrible things. But I also understand what he wanted for humanity, how he wanted us to be enlightened, how he gathered all this knowledge. Yes, he was hoarding it for himself in certain personal capacities. Yes, it's true. But, ultimately he did want all of this knowledge to be spread, to be taught to the rest of humanity. And that idea was something that should have been really a main program of the Imperium of Man. But instead, the Emperor wants us to go into the webway as soon as possible. But yeah, he tried. He tried to make his plans come into existence. He tried to make sure that, humanity would have a vast amount of information that they could draw from if they have any issues. And all of that work, all of that blood and sweat has now all gone to ash, sadly. And yeah, he was a special Primarch. The fact that he awoken in his capsule and that he was able to converse with the Emperor at such a young age, and the fact that he's able to do these amazing feats with his Psyker abilities. Yes, he's special, but that went all to his head, and it costed him. It costed all of us. But I really do feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. And if there is a way to bring him back, I'm just wondering, will this Magnus that comes back from Chaos, will he be changed, or will he still be the same Magnus? Because if he's still the same Magnus, then yeah, we're going to have big problems on our hands. But if he comes back and he has learned and he has gained wisdom and understanding, then truly he will be a great asset to the Imperium of Man. Yeah, guys, I guess that's it. That's it for tonight with this extremely long video. It's like 5 hours 30 minutes. Oh wow, I haven't done this in a long time. Ever since, I think it was, which one was it? The Commissar. Yeah, Commissar Yarek. Yeah, Commissar Yarek was also around 5 hours long, if I'm not mistaken. So this one has to be one of the longest ones. 5 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah. Thank you guys for, watching this, reaction video. If you have reached to this point, thank you very much. Thank you also to the Amber King for producing such great quality content, entertaining content centered around Warhammer 40k and Magnus the Red. Thank you also to the voice actors, especially the voice actor for Magnus the Red and Daemon. Oh wow, Daemon. The voice actor for Daemon really pulled my heartstrings. Like the way you could feel Daemon's pain through his voice. It was just amazing, really, truly. It was good. Yeah, and also thank you again to Kimberly 6409 for the request. And yeah, guys, that's it. Remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, please give me a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos, and I will see you guys next time. Okay? Good night.